really makes it all worthwhile. I'm Councillor Sherry Jesperson and I'm chair of this committee. With me is Councillor Mary Penfold, the vice chair. The officers we have at the meeting today, we have Mike Garrity, head of planning, Jim Bennett, senior planning officer, Robert Lennis, planning lead project officer, Phil Crowther, our lawyer, Alison Curtis is highways development team leader, and we have Megan Rochester and Joshua Kennedy from the Democratic Services team, keeping us all in train. I think that's all the officers. Yes, good, that's lovely, thank you. Committee members now will introduce themselves when they first speak and tell you where they represent. So for visitors who've not been to a planning meeting before, and for those watching online, I will just very briefly explain the procedure. So we have a number of applications before us today, which we will consider in turn. For each application, I will invite the case officer to present their report and recommendations, followed by presentations from any other officer as appropriate. Reports and background papers have been available to members to read and to discuss with officers prior to the meeting. After that, I will invite those members of the public who've registered to speak to address the committee. So please come to that little brown table up there when I call your name. Speak clearly into the microphone, which you turn on with a little red button, and Councillor Heatsey will help you if you can't turn the microphone on. Each speaker has 3 minutes, and the vice chair will indicate when you've got about 30 seconds left. There's a lot of speakers, lots of public speakers here today for all of our items. I am going to have to be fairly firm with the 3 minutes, otherwise we could be here till supper time. So when we've heard from all the public speakers, I close the public part of the meeting and no further interventions from the floor are allowed at all. That's not because we're stuffy, it's because if somebody were to hand a bit of paper across or speak to a member of the committee, you could invalidate our procedures. So I'm required to say that. Committee members then ask questions on points of clarification, and they will deliberate after that and come to a view. We will pause for a comfort break at a suitable point in the proceedings, probably after the first agenda item, and as many more times as we need to during the afternoon. I have to remind visitors that this is a Dorset Council meeting held in public, not a public meeting, and only those members registered to speak may do so. And finally, can I remind everyone, and this is for people around this table in particular, that though this room is absolutely fabulous as a theatre and for music events and so on, it's not ideal. The acoustics aren't ideal for committee meetings, and people listening online, and importantly, the people in the room need to be able to hear very clearly what we're saying. So the microphones will pick you up, but you need to speak clearly into the microphone. And if at all possible, officers, when you're presenting, could you try and present to the room, not to your screen? Thank you very much. So that's the procedure, that's the order of play, as it were. We now move on to our agenda. Megan, could we have our apologies, please?
We've received, oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you. We've received apologies for absence from councillors Emma Parker and Valerie Coppercrew.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Payne.
I won't be able to partake in this. I won't be able to partake in the first application, I'm afraid, because I haven't been there.
Fine. Yes, you were unable to attend the site visit.
Yes.
Councillor Cook.
Yeah, Councillor Cook representing Shaftesbury Town. Again, like Councillor Taylor, I wasn't at the site visit, so I can't take part in the first item.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. But you'll both be back, of course, for items after that. Public participation I've covered. So we move on now to our first planning application of the afternoon. This is agenda item 6. POUT 2020-00026. I'll just pause while our two committee members leave the room. Thank you so much, very much. Right. And just for clarity, this application is in part in my ward, but I will be participating in the discussion and I will be using my vote on this occasion. This is an application for a phased development of up to 490 dwellings and other uses on land in Blandford Forum and Pimperne. It's a hybrid application, which means it's in part outline and part full, and the case officer will take us through each of those bits in turn and explain what a hybrid application is. We're going to hear now from Robert Lennis, Senior Planning Officer, and I'm going to also introduce at the same time Alison Curtis, who's Highways Transport Development Team Leader, because I think they're going to box and cox, aren't they? Robert, you're starting. Robert Lennis, your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. It's nice to see you all. This application, as Sherry just mentioned, is a hybrid application. We have all the matters as well. The form of my presentation, broadly speaking, will be, I'll give some updates to the report because there were some typos and some comments I received since it was published. Then touch on some policy issues that help frame the decision or the recommendation that we put forward. Then we will go into a little bit of detail outline and then speak about briefly on the master plan framework for the site. And then finally go into the little bit of the full application because there is a lot of information here. So I'll try to, the presentation is relatively brief. As Sherry said, you've had a chance to read the report. I haven't received any questions in the meantime, so if you do have a question. The update sheet is there on the screen for you. I got a note of constructive comments from Cranbourne Chase. They did mention that we had misspelled the name in the report several times. It's Cranbourne. I'll thank you. My apologies, especially those people on the forum. As stated there on the screen, we have tightened up some of the conditions with
just so it can be picked up.
the first bullet point is about conditions, and last bullet point there is about conditions. After these other few bullet points, we will touch up next amendments to the conditions that are in the report. The street lighting team's comments were mysteriously omitted from the top of page 9. Their comments in summary is no objection to the proposal, and we did that. We, the applicants and officers, worked on getting lighting strategy in which they tested the position of trees and the height of trees in order to satisfy street lighting that we wouldn't lose any trees later on. We found with many applications that street trees, whilst it's an admirable endeavor, they're often hard to get in the street if you're saying no, it's brought on light. So we're satisfied with their light strategy. And I also received a brief note from Stoward Main Council. They weren't consulted, nonetheless, they did submit comments and they have concerns and objections to the proposal that's set out there on the screen. Moving on to the conditions, I will go through these relatively briefly. The red has been deleted. The yellow has been added to the conditions list. the plans, still seeing the plans, because it's such an extensive application. We have about 3 pages of plan numbers and drawings. And having said that, I have been informed by our solicitor, Phil Crowder, that there were some other tweaks to the conditions that we asked the chair and committee members if we're all right to, Phil, how would you want to put that? Slightly amend the wording to make them more secure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, it would just be a slight change to the recommendation if members are happy to proceed to grant permissions. If that there's a slight change to the decision to delegate minor changes to the conditions, so they have a planning and consultation with the chair and vice chair, so we can pick up some of those minor amendments. So if we get to the vote and it is a proposal to approve, then we'll make sure that's picked up and the news committee can decide whether that has to be appropriate issue to delegate to officers or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Carrying on with the conditions, amendments or updates, we did have a condition number 7, which had regard to the change some of the wording to make it a bit stronger as things progress and we get new updated guidance and technical advice that changes. We wanted to make sure that was encompassed, and that's something that was brought to our attention by the A1B team. Condition number 9, there was a duplication, so to speak. The bit in red has been deleted because that was intended to be published. It was an early rendition, very early draft of the condition. The condition still stands at below there where it says prior to laying the base course. Along, we did add a condition at the very end. That was because our consultants for land contamination have no objection to the proposal, but as a matter of caution, they did suggest we put on this condition of if in the event contamination is found, what should happen. That's a fairly standard condition. You'll also note that condition number 31 has been deleted completely because that's now part of the regulations. So there's no need to double up on that. Right, moving on. This is the site numbers. The area to the north is generally referred to, or occasionally referred to as Area A. The area to the south, Area B. To the north of the site, where my cursor is at the moment, that piece of land has been given planning permission to have the waste transfer station there. To the east, northeast of the site, we have Letton Park. This is Letton Close and agricultural fields. To the south, this line of the site, it borders the Cranbourne Chase A1B and other. This is a beech tree boundary that you'll see, and we have an extension all the way down to Black Lane for pedestrian and cycle movements. Of course, it's bounded to the west by the bypass 8354850. This slide shows the constraints to the site. So as I mentioned, we have at the southern part of the site, right about here is where the A1B shares boundary with the development, and then to the north These two parcels of land, which are within the development site, would be for the school and public allotments. The other constraints to the site to some degree are this is flood zone 2 on Kincurn Brook. And there are no public footpaths to the site or any other public access to the site. So the footpaths that we are aware of are these pink lines. The illustrative master plan takes on board constraints to the site, generally speaking. The school allotments, the school and the allotments we have stated were in the AONB. And the remainder of the site is within the setting of the AONB. So there's a distinction that you'll need, and that was in the report, of parts of this development site that are within or within the Cranbourne Chase AONB or within the setting. And that has reference to NPPF policies 176 and 177. This next slide, I showed you this on our site visit, but just to kind of help us with history and what happened with Blandford and how it's developed to some extent. The base map on the right is from 1961. The AONB, which is in pink, was not designated until 1981. In 1982, over here on this left map, the map on the left, you had the bypass constructed, which creates a physical barrier to some degree for Blandford. And you can see that within the AONB, within that bypass, there has been development within the AONB. However, without it, there's a natural progression to fill in the area that's not necessarily within the AONB. Moving on to policy matters, there were several representations that remarked the site is not part of the local plan policy for Blandford. In my opinion, I find it's going to be a little bit disingenuous because the neighborhood government, the Dorset, North Dorset local plan part 1, under the policy for Blandford, does talk about, and I have it up here, the paragraph numbers, the land to the northeast of Blandford Forum as a potential site for housing. And in the local plan, they're talking about 800 houses there, so I'm not certain exactly what the site was. But if you move on through that subtext of the policy, it then states specific sites to take forward housing growth in Blandford will be identified as part of local plan part 2. So the site, that area, broadly speaking, is already identified for housing. And it was a matter of refinement of what exactly would go there. So this middle drawing is from the North Dorset Local Plan Review. This was the stepping towards the local plan part 2. In order to get to local plan part 2, we needed to identify development sites. And so we went out to public consultation. This was a public consultation. And you'll see the letters A and B are most relevant to us because that's the northeast of Blandford and what we were talking about. So from the issues and options paper in 2017, the site that we have today was broadly identified. So move to the map to the right. And from the issues and options paper, we then commissioned a company, LUC, to do a strategic landscape and heritage study for all of the districts and all of the sites that were identified. But with regard to Blandford and this particular site, you see there, and I quoted on the bottom, the northern part of the assessment area contributes to the sense of separation between Blandford Forum and Pinburn. I completely agree with that. When we were on site, we pointed that out. The northern part is where my cursor is moving about right now. The base of Letton Park and to the north. That's not part of this development site. And then this area down to the south was omitted because could be the flood basins. Moving along with history and time, Pinburn put forward their neighborhood plan. And one of the policies that they put in there was the landscape character policy, identified an important open gap, and it's more magenta in the printed version rather than what you see up there. But our site is here, right? And somebody asked me earlier if Letton Close was a part of Blandford or Pinburn. Letton Close is part of Pinburn. Letton Close is not within the important open gap. This was a point that I raised to you previously. That, and I discussed it just briefly in the report, there must be a reason why. And in my personal opinion, it's because it lacks the landscaping. It lacks the formal landscaping that is being proposed with this scheme before you, and also can be found at Letton Park. In the examiner's report, this quote on the left here is also in the report, the officer's report. And it's very relevant to this case because somebody had raised the issue at the time of whether this magenta coloring should be darker for some reason. And the inspector, and I bold this is me bold, so I'm. It's important to recognize that Blandford Forum is a major settlement within North Dorset District, needing to accommodate strategic growth. The part of the site that's within Pinburn area could be accommodated sensitively whilst retaining an open landscape gap between Blandford and Pinburn. So that's very important. And so if we have that in mind, we also should consider inspector was saying as having regard to what the NPPF says. And at the bottom of the page there, in brief, the NPPF on neighborhood plans clearly states they're non-strategic policies and that they should not undermine strategic policies. And so this examiner was clear that while some development can go there, if some development can go there as the policy is written, and as I discussed in the report, then it would satisfy the test of being in conformity with. They need to be in conformity with the strategic policies of the local plan, which is District Council's task was. Moving along, Blandford then came forward with their neighborhood plan. And if any of you were privy to that, it was a long journey. So when it was the first neighborhood plan was made in June of 2021, it had already gone through quite a bit of testing and revisions. The officer's report, might I say that when considered in detail, Pinburn Plans policy, landscape character, we considered that policy in detail and it set out point by point, criteria by criteria, why we felt whilst there would be some impact, that the impact was not adverse. That's an important distinction for the landscape considerations. And I would ask you to view that also in the context of what the neighborhood plan for Pinburn designated as important open gap. The difference between let close and let park, and what the proposal is before you. So with the Blandford neighborhood plan, policy B2 has several criteria which are set out in the report, and we believe that those have been addressed adequately. For the purposes of the NPPF, and I've already touched on this before with the Cranbourne Chase A1B, we do consider that the development of the school as a major development within the A1B, right? And the rest of it is within the setting. Therefore, the three tests of paragraph 177 apply. That's for development within. Also, we can concur with findings of the examiner from the Blandford Plus neighborhood plan with regard to the need for development, and there not being any better location for a school in the context of Blandford. And the final test, which relates to the extent to which development could be moderated, officers are satisfied that the low roof line of the school, which you have noted from the outline, the parameter plans, the school would be no higher than 8 meters. That, coupled with the landscaping for around the site, we think adequately mitigate the impact and would conserve or enhance the AOB. And when we were on site, especially in the second point that we visited is the northwest of Pinburn, we were looking at the views across the site, and then we also went into the Pinburn local play area to view or not view. And so you have a very good understanding from our site visit of how scale and topography and landscaping will mitigate the development, particularly of the school at 8 meters in height. With regard to the A1B and development within the setting, I'm talking about the setting for area B, the bigger part of the site to the south. In the report, we considered that whilst there would be an impact to the setting, of course, the layout and the conditions, particularly with biodiversity net gain and the ash tree mitigation plan or management plan we talked about, that's one of the conditions. Those are direct enhancements to the AOB. And along with the other elements set out in the landscape strategy, plans, we feel that the remainder of the site does conserve and enhance the AOB. So back to the idea of policy and what how the site has evolved. I just wanted to touch on this one briefly because we do have an emerging Dorset Council local plan. And that's why the local plan part 2 for North Dorset was dropped. So they haven't progressed and will not progress in local plan part 2 from Dorset. We are reliant upon the extent of the policies and the emerging local plan, but it's at an early stage, and so you shouldn't give it great weight in your considerations. Nonetheless, it does show us the direction of travel for identifying sites. And in Blandford 7, they suggest that this site, that the 7th up there, would accommodate 650 site houses. Well, I don't know about that. It does include that flood area to the bottom, and it also includes the waste transfer station. But that's not what's before you. What's before you is 490 houses in a smaller site area. But one other point that I wanted to bring to your attention with this slide, and it relates to housing and housing projection and housing calculations, the 5-year housing land supply, what have you. If you look at the bottom of the page, there's in yellow or orangish another destination called Blandford 6. And that's proposed for a number of houses. I didn't get a chance to find out exactly how many, but I think it's in the region of 300. Saying that, though, if I back up to this plan is from Blandford's design code. And all those different colors represent different areas, different considerations for design within Blandford now. That's a main policy, main plan. You need to stick by it. And Blandford 6 that I was just referring to is down here in this green area, which is identified as countryside of Blandford St. Mary. I have an application right now for that site. They came in 2 years ago before this was made for 150 houses on just half of it. Now, we've had to go back to the, but we had to go back to the applicant for that site to say, wait a second, you're not going to be able to fit 150 there with this design. And so we're in negotiations with them to figure out exactly how many houses could go there. So that's the bigger point of housing that is in the report of meeting housing targets in the 5-year housing land supply, and our remit as a planning authority to boost significantly the provision of housing. That's in the MPPF paragraph 60. I had that in the report as well. Yes, we have a 5-year housing land supply at the moment. It is 5.74 years. And our housing delivery is excellent at the moment as well at 110%. How's that possible? But that's good. And that's good news. But our remit is to boost significantly the supply of housing. And from my experience, and most of you know me, and I've been around long enough, and I've been in several public inquiries where the last time we had 5-year housing land supply, and this is the 2 report, at that public examination, at the public inquiry, the other side, the applicant, was able to reduce our housing land supply by more than 0.8 of a year. If that happens again with the current housing land supply, then we'll be under 5 years. Now, that's not a scare tactic, that's just reality. I'm just letting you know my history and my experiences. So moving along, this is a red line with the map, the illustrative master plan. Also, we consider the relevant criteria of neighborhood plan policies in the report. It's important to understand as planners, you all, and me, how placemaking sometimes needs to transcend boundaries. Placemaking is not static or always within a simple square. The full site that you have here that we're looking at allows for these woodland belts coming in, this central park, this informal biodiversity zone. And I'll touch on parks in more later on. Moving on to the outline application. The applicant's design and access statement from March 20th, 2023 sets out a clear process for the master plan design concept. It is noted that throughout their design and access statement and their design code, they're using national design guidance and demonstrating clearly how the neighborhood plan policy from how they could take this plan forward. I'm gonna go a bit faster and just touch on some of these next slides now, just an outline. But they have the master plan framework, and I trust you all have gone through the design and access statement and design plan, which has full details on this stuff. This is a parameter plan that would be approved, one of the approved documents about access and land use. The black lines, dotted lines are pedestrian movement through the site. The green, of course, is green space. The purple is housing. The local center is in red up here. And we will have housing up here as well. And a small local center to help accommodate the needs, not only of this development, but we have a large development from recent past over here, which could use the services of a local center. That's as set out in the Blanford Plus neighborhood plan. The next slide is another parameter plan that would be an approved document about open space and landscaping. And that's a little brings forward a bit more the difference between what is open space and usable. So to the north, if I may, you've got the allotments, and then you have the school and the play area. And then here along the bypass is a linear park that they're proposing. There's the central park. And there is the informal country park. And along the outside of the development, there will, especially where the tree belts are, there will be underplanting, stored planting for the trees. So next slide is another parameter plan that would be an approved document. And from this, we did have a lot of negotiations. This application's been in for a few years. And myself and my officers really stuck to our guns to get the best development we could here. And it wasn't until we felt satisfied that we brought this forward to you. And this is one of the elements that I'd like to demonstrate, is because the houses here, the way the parkland concept works, you have a denser development towards the center, and then quite obviously it's less dense and lower in scale as you move away or closer to what's left the park. This next slide, I showed you on site as part of considerations of landscape photography. The local center has this tiny square in which they're requesting a maximum height of 14.8. That has been reduced several times, and I think from the next slide and from what we saw on site, that they've been able to demonstrate that that would be acceptable. Because that's not, I mean, it's not in the AOB, it's within the setting. But when we were on site and we were in the northwest and looking back across the site, it wasn't identifiable. We had trees and we had houses, and those are the public views which you can take in. We also considered it from Wimborne Road and Black Lane. And it's well shielded, it is mitigated by the trees that are here off the roundabout. And that view, so because of the topography, it rises to the northeast to what would be the waste transfer center. That dotted line gives you the idea of scale. And when you get to that corner, it's dropped off. And that those little numbers say 14 point. And these are a couple of rendition drawings to give you an idea of what it might look like. This is part of the outline application. Right. Moving on, they have a very detailed tree protection plan. This is the overview plan for the entire site. And the next slide is on highway matters. So I'm going to pass over for a few moments to my colleague notes.
Thank you. There are a variety of accesses proposed for this development. Vehicular access for the northern development site is proposed from the simple priority junction from Salisbury Road at the existing location of the access to the existing allotments. In addition, there will be a shared use park proposed linking the southern parcel of the development north to and across the Salisbury Road, with a new pedestrian crossing, making that connection between the two parts of the site. A second route to the northern development area will be provided by the existing footbridge that spans over the A350. The vehicular access to the southern development site. Yep. Sorry. I'm currently speaking while Robert is doing the slides, so apologies if it's a little bit out of sync. Vehicular access to the southern development site is proposed from a new 32-metre diameter 3-arm roundabout from the existing bypass. It's this entrance that will be used to serve phase 1 of the development. A number of new pedestrian and cycle connections are to be provided to the site to facilitate active travel. Immediately to the north of the proposed access roundabout on the A354, a new signalised toucan crossing will enable safe movements across the bypass. The proposed crossing will link to a new footway cycleway connection to Preets Way to the west of the site across the adjacent public open space. To the south of the site, a new shared footway cycleway will be built parallel to the A354 Blandford bypass to connect with the existing footway located along Black Lane. This
slide here demonstrates some of the sections that were put in. Those red lines that you see here are section drawings, referencing section drawings in this slide. Is what they're referring to. So how it would be constructed and how it is feasible to put this in place.
This new link will then join onto the footway cycleway connections and traffic management was proposed on Black Lane to provide a new 3-metre wide shared footway cycleway on the northern side of Black Lane and a new one-way section providing traffic calming under the bypass bridge, with the westbound traffic giving way to oncoming traffic as they enter a 30-mile-an-hour zone. The application includes a substantial transport assessment which considers the likely impact of the development traffic upon the local highway network. Traffic surveys and manual traffic counts are used to collect the baseline traffic data upon which the assessment was based. Projected trip generation and distribution has been provided and accepted for all modes of transport to and from the development site. The projected trip generation for the recently approved Waste Management Centre has also been fully considered within the transport assessment. In addition to the 2 proposed access junctions, 3 roundabouts on the bypass have been assessed. Analysis of the capacity of these junctions was carried out using the industry standard Junctions 9 software package, with the findings informing the necessary mitigation. At Hilltop Roundabout, it is proposed that new signalised crossings will be constructed on both the Salisbury arm and the A350 arm. These will improve pedestrian movement from the development sites to the existing areas of Blandford to the west. A new left turn bypass lane from the Salisbury Road from the A354 to the Salisbury Road will be constructed, and an increase of the flare length and entry radio on all arms of the roundabout will be made. At the Two Gates roundabout, it was identified that the junction would be likely to operate marginally over capacity in the 2031 baseline scenario. To mitigate this, the flare length and the entry width on all arms of the roundabout will be improved. Sunrise roundabout was proven to operate with spare capacity in the baseline scenario and in the future 2031 baseline scenario, so no mitigation measures are proposed here. The Highway Authority considers that the submitted transport assessment is satisfactory and robust.
Thank you. Touch quickly on the illustrative master plan. You will have seen this in the design and access statement with the notes there on the left, are a bit blurry. But it's clear on. It's laid out there. Quicker here. So the proposal talks, I mentioned this earlier, the character areas and the parkland idea. And this just helps illustrate the three main areas. You have the parkland core with the large central public park, the parkland edge, which will have the lower density development, and the parkland center, which is the local center. And these are some extracts from the access statement, just to give you latest day. This is their schematic drawing. There will be a local center. Moving on to the parkland core. Quite a bit of the parkland core is also within the first phase of development. So that will come forward again. But this next one is, of course, the apartment hedge, as it sits there on the slide. It's a lower scale development all around, lower density, especially as it gets towards the southeastern corner. And this next slide demonstrates the densities. I don't normally refer to densities, we don't like to because it's not a good design tool. But this does help demonstrate for the land within Pembroke how placemaking came about. And regard is given in the sense of loosening up the development, having more of the tree belts there. Less of the housing allows for the landscaping to occur. That was taken account of their local plan policy addressing it. Moving along, the landscape strategy. The next couple of slides, I think, just did some clipping out of the design access statement to show you a number of green spaces and parks that are within the landscape strategy. So when you enter the study, you have this to the upper left, fairly sylvan and open entrance to the site. Then you have the central park. And over here is one of the woodland belts coming in off of Glen Park. And there's the other woodland belt. And these are green walking spaces to get down to the site. I think I like that picture quite a bit with the design. You can't see it so out here. I'll point it out on the other side. And in the upper left-hand corner there, you have the informal, that's the attenuation basin. And I like the fact that they're making the most, they're making it into a park. And there's the ability to also put in a children's form of play area here, as well as an owl, I call it a back hotel. It's a biodiversity bonus that we got out of them to build to recruit in their plans, they call them an owl house of some sort. But this is based immediately adjacent to the A1B with the objectives as stated in the design of biodiversity. It would be an excellent to the A1B since it's immediately adjacent. This next slide shows movement. So pedestrian movement through the site is a particular concern for many of the members, and this shows the blue lines, blue dashed lines are cycle routes that would be allowed or made available. And the other paths that intersect and traverse the site. Moving on to phase one, the full application. And let's try to be brief. I don't want to labor too much. So, as we see here, before I go into matters on phase one, we're going to do highways again on phase one.
So these two slides illustrate the detailed scheme for the 150 dwellings, providing a layout which serves to keep vehicle speeds to 20 miles per hour or lower, considered to be safe and suitable for all road users, and which can be fully serviced by refuse vehicles. Each dwelling is to be constructed with an appropriate provision for cycle parking in the property's curtilage, provided within garages or gardens and sheds. Cycle stores will be provided for apartment blocks. Car parking is provided in accordance with the guidance provided by the Bournemouth, Poole and Dorset Residential Car Parking Study. The Highway Authority is of the opinion that, subject to the identified mitigation measures being implemented, the residual cumulative impact of the development cannot be thought to be severe when the considerations given to paragraphs 110 and 111 of the National Planning Policy Framework.
We already addressed this slide, was already addressed earlier. Phase one character areas, we have two character areas that come in play here. Both the apartment edge, which will have the lower density, and the apartment core. This gives you an idea of what the design will look like. So you can see it's very high quality design with flint banding, strong window design, strong porch features. There's nothing at the moment. Well, there's nothing I can fault them for in terms of design. They have a very good product. This goes demonstrated. But they didn't just slap bang their product upon us. They did, and they have refined it. They have looked at the context of Blandford, historical Blandford, and you can see in this. I put a couple pictures in here. The design and access statement makes this far more clearly the references they're drawing upon the historic character. So, as a finished product, they have something that's worthwhile. Then within phase one, this is the site layout plan. Just gives you a better idea how the attenuation pond is going to become covered and scheduled. We also get part of the Central Park. Well, this slide just shows you where street trees are going, and you can see the prodigious amount of street trees going in here. And this next slide demonstrates their lighting strategy plan. And I know that looks like a mess, right? But what that does show is those yellow circles on the orange up there. These orange orange circles. Let me pick this one out here. So there's streetlights. And they went through to assess, where the trees should go in reference to the streetlights. So you have a degree of assurance that that's going to happen. This is the dwelling units. One of the features you will notice in the report is that I have a particular concern about sustainable development and how dwelling is part of that. If you get a whole bunch of 3 and 4 bedroom houses, that affects the affordability ratio. That also affects other people who can afford a home. Ratio don't bother me. So the applicant is working with me and our solicitors to have something in the 160 legal agreement that states that at the end of the development, they will have met our policy obligations, or our policy objectives of having a mixed housing provision. Right? And this is just for to previously the amount of, if you've never gone through a landscaping plan before, the amount of detail on the landscaping plan is that. And there is quite a bit of landscaping detail. This next plan shows a tree protection plan for phase 1. And I'm going to move towards wrapping things up now. As I said at the beginning, our remit is to significantly boost the supply of housing. It's paragraph 60. What it says in the National Land Policy Framework. We have a 5-year housing land supply. 5.74 years. Explained to you earlier my experience from just a few years ago and the public inquiries for Stallbridge. And now Stallbridge has additional 300 houses they did not expect to have on because we were not meeting 5-year housing land supply. There comes a point where developers will challenge your 5-year housing land supply. It's up to them, they can challenge it anytime they want. Experience and looking at what we know in the past few, my own experience and professional experiences, if they're within that 1-year margin, so if you're over 6 years of housing land supply, they tend to back off and don't change. Certainly, the closer you get to that 5-year mark, they're going to be looking at the assumptions you make to get to your 5-year housing supply, because our policy officers do look at things and they have to make assumptions. And that's probably why we have this paragraph 60 to significantly boost housing. All that said, it is fully accepted by officers that in this case, there is a conflict of that is, building in the countryside should be resisted. Stated both in Pembroke and Dorset. However, that is to be balanced against the benefits of the scheme. And those benefits are many and weighty. And I've listed them there again. That land for a school, not only a 2-form school, but possibly a 3-form if necessary. You're getting 147 affordable dwellings, including 5% for self-built units or custom-built units. You have open market housing, and formal and informal parks, many of them. You have a very well-connected scheme in terms of landscape, cycling, pedestrian movement back into Blandford. It's not a standalone. They proposed to put in connections and all those roundabouts that you see that work, that have support of your highway engineers. There are also ecological benefits that are spelled out in the report, and those are beyond the 10%. So there is quite a bit of biodiversity or biodiversity net gain. That landscape enhancements with an ash tree management throughout the whole site, not just what's proposed on the streets. They're also proposing a community center, as well as something for the allotments. Of course, in every planning commission, there are development jobs, but we have jobs coming forward in the local center as well. Then you have offsite contributions that were listed in the report, and as I've mentioned, highway improvements. Again, in my opinion, those benefits are many and weighty. So with that, we are recommending to grant permission subject to the Senate and Section 106 legal agreement, and of course, the conditions that we put forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you also to Alison. Before we go to hear from our members of the public, I'm just going to ask one or other of either myself or the head plan to clarify the points on the 5-year housing land supply, which you want to go first.
You want me to, shall I start? Maybe Phil can correct me if there's anything thank you for that, Chairman. Sorry, I wanted to set a bit of context with that within also the planning policy framework, because Robert's gone into quite a lot of detail there, and we've got quite a complex background to the planning policy situation as we currently stand. So if I could just quickly summarise some points on that, so members are very clear before entering into any debate. So we have part 1 of the North Dorset local plan is part of the statutory development plan that was adopted. So that is a key part. The part 2 that was in progress has no weight whatsoever, because that has long since been got rid of. If I can put it in the context of us becoming a new authority in 2019, the decision was taken by Dorset Council at that time to stop progressing any other local plans, with one exception, which was the Purbeck local plan, because it was at an advanced stage at that particular point. That didn't mean to say that all the evidence that supported those was ignored. It meant that they would be carried forward and subsumed into the work that was progressing the new Dorset-wide local plan, and that is still currently the stage. But that plan as yet does not have any significant weight, because we haven't as yet got it to an advanced stage. The reason I mention that is that that's relevant to what came forward in the neighbourhood plans, because we have Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan that has allocated part of this site. That is a statutory part of the development plan, as is the part 1 North Dorset local plan, as is Pimpern neighbourhood plan as well. So you have effectively 3 elements there that are the statutory part of the development plan. So therefore the development should be in accordance with those, unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. As far as the housing land supply is concerned, Robert is right to highlight some of the concerns or challenges and difficulties you can have in 5-year housing land supply. And as we know through this committee, those numbers do fluctuate from year to year, and you can quite quickly go from a position of having a 5-year supply to not anymore having a 5-year supply, and that then affects the weight that you can give to delivering that housing. As you will see from the report, and that has been spelled out, we currently have 5.74 years worth of housing supply, and we exceed the housing delivery test. We've got a score of 110% on that. Therefore, the tilted balance is not engaged in this particular application. So you can feel comfortable in determining the application in accordance with the development plan, unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. So the way that you would see that is do you think there are things in this development that if there's a conflict with the development plan, are you satisfied that those have sufficient weight to outweigh that conflict? So that was just to try and pull together those threads, which I think are quite important as far as the spatial policy framework is concerned for dealing with this application. Thank you. And I don't know if Phil had to add anything then, I'm happy to hand over.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Just to add to what Mike has said, as Mike already said, the fact is slightly unusual position, but good position that we have a 5-year housing land supply. That's a matter of fact, as we are today, and my advice would be that you need to take that as a matter of fact and not speculate about what may or may not happen to that supply in the future. You're applying the statutory test of, in accordance with the development plan and those materials considerations indicated or so noted that we have 5 years plan to plan. You approach it in the way that's perhaps slightly unusual, but I would call the normal planning balance.
That's lovely, thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on. I hope that was helpful, committee, because we're not used to the position of having our 5-year housing land supply always, so we need to be very clear about what the implications of that are. We now move on to our public speakers. The first one we'd like to hear from is Mr. Stephen O'Connell. If you'd like to come up to the round table.
Councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against this application. I do so as a resident of Pimpern. The NPPF and Natural Justice commits the planning system to be genuinely planning-led. Public faith in that process is vital, a sentiment I'm sure that we all agree with, and indeed, actually the words of a planning inspector in a recent appeal decision. Pimpern has a made and recently refreshed neighbourhood plan. This has only been possible with considerable volunteer effort over many, many years. That plan researched local housing need and allocated sufficient land for housing within the village boundary. It also wanted decision makers to recognise the importance of the gap, which would be filled by 150 homes as this development goes forward. The examiner's conclusion is misrepresented in the committee's report. He did not suggest that development here will be acceptable. He actually said that this part of the gap is clearly seen to have a fragility that needs careful consideration and that there is no need for more housing here. The Plan for Plus examiner also was satisfied that housing supply in the neighbourhood plan would be sufficient, even looking beyond 2031. He went so far as to ensure that the allocation in the Blandford plan would be self-reliant and would not require development in the countryside of Pimpern. This application conflicts with at least 4 Pimpern neighbourhood plan policies. MHN, SB restrict unplanned housing development. Policy LDC empowers 65 protects Letton Park and its setting, recognised in the neighbourhood plan as a locally important historic feature. And policy LC, which deals with the AONB and dark skies, the historic character of the landscape and the important gap. This part of the gap is described in Para 35 of the neighbourhood plan, not Para 33 you will have read in the report. This report dismisses the conflict with Pimpern neighbourhood plan as not adverse. I disagree. There is considerable harm to the distinctive nature of Letton Park, to the archaeology underneath the countryside, to the fragile gap, and to faith in the plan-led system. To quote Para 14 of the NPPF, the adverse impact of allowing development that conflicts with a neighbourhood plan is likely to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Councillors, this application flies in the face of and shows no regard to a fair and transparent plan-led system. Now, with no special circumstances now in play, we've heard about the 5-year housing supply. You'll hear later about the 1,200 houses in the Blandford area already been met, and you will hear some questions over the need for a school. With that in mind, this application ignores the hours of volunteer work and the expectation raised of residents that they will have a say in the future of their neighbourhoods. This is what is contrary in this application. Councillors, I respectfully ask that you refuse this unacceptable application. Thank you.
Thank you. We now hear from Martin Ridgely.
Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'd like to raise 2 issues with you concerning this application as a resident of Letton and the parish of Pimpern. Letton is a small residential community straddling the A354 on the southeastern boundary of the parish. It has historically and continues to have its main ties with Pinburn village. It is surrounded by countryside. Our first issue is to do with urban sprawl. Currently, the Blandford bypass forms a break between the urban nature of Blandford Forum and the open countryside. This development, as proposed, is urban sprawl from Blandford butting up to Letton. If allowed, it could result in further urban sprawl on the outside of the bypass, both to the east and west. The bypass no longer being a bypass, but just a main road through a series of housing estates. The important gap identified in the Pinburn plan is a means of containing the urban sprawl and allow Letton to maintain its rural and separate identity rather than being subsumed into the urban sprawl of Blandford Forum. The second issue is the land allocated for a school. The application, as we've heard, identifies an area set aside for the development of a primary school of up to 3 form entry, either by the authority or by an academy. In the officer's report, this is identified as a positive benefit. Currently, the 3 primary schools in the area have falling rolls, and the Office of National Statistics data for the next 10 years up to 2033 shows a declining population aged 0 to 15 years. The only increase in population expected in this period is in the over 65s. Dorset Council's responsibility is to provide a sufficiency of school spaces and, of course, will provide them in the most cost-effective manner. A few tens of thousands of pounds for extra classrooms at existing schools is far better value for money from the public purse than building a new school, which may cost £20 million or more. With falling populations, the need for any school, let alone a 3 form entry school, is highly questionable. Setting aside this land for a school either has no benefit or could even be considered harmful to the existing landscape, especially if the allocated space is left unmanaged. Therefore, the inference of a benefit of this land allocation should not be used to outweigh the many harmful aspects of this proposed development. Councillors, I urge you to reject this planning application. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Ridley. We now hear from Richard Burden of the AONB.
Good afternoon. May I first remind you that converting good agricultural land to streets and housing, it does not conserve and enhance the natural beauty of the area of outstanding natural beauty or its setting. Looking from the sloping fields in this AONB across the Pinburn Brook, the open countryside and sloping fields of the application are clearly visible. The designated and undesignated are integral parts of the same valley. Views to and from the AONB will be irrevocably harmed and existing views blocked by the proposed development. Farmland is a key characteristic of this AONB, contributing to food security and acting as a carbon sink against climate change. So the proposed loss of some of our best agricultural land is significant, harmful to the AONB, the local environment and sustainability. Archaeology and cultural heritage are also key elements of AONB designation, so the potential harm to those aspects of the development is another negative factor. In fact, despite the focus on benefits in the application, there are no benefits to this nationally important area of outstanding natural beauty arising from the proposals. The landscape works merely strive to make the development less damaging. Your officers agree that this is a major development in the AONB. The NPPF is clear that major development in an AONB can only be granted in exceptional circumstances and in the public interest. The NPPF also requires that both these need to be re-examined when an application is being determined. As you have heard, the exceptional circumstances put forward when the Blandford Neighbourhood Plan was considered, based on an urgent need for a school and then a local need for housing, no longer exists. Together with the relevant policies in the local plan and Pimpern Neighbourhood Plan, NPPF paragraph 177 is clear that the application should be refused. I could add more about the harm to views, including those from the bypass and other rights of way, and things like the impracticalities of the cycle route to Black Lane, but I'm limited for time. However, put simply, the proposals provide no benefits to the A&B or the rural environment. There would be considerable and irrevocable harm, and the exceptional circumstances for allowing major development, such as this, do not apply. On behalf of the A&B Partnership of Cranbourne Chase, please refuse the application.
Yari.
Chair, I'm Rupert Hardy, Chair of North Dorset CPRE. We believe that housing needs are now well provided for in North Dorset and locally for Blandford and Pimpern. Given that there is now more than a 5-year housing land supply in the North Dorset area, planning decisions should follow the development plan, whereas before there was a tilted balance engaging a presumption in favour of sustainable development. The housing target for Blandford Forum and St Mary in the North Dorset local plan is at least 1,200 homes, and for the villages and wider countryside is at least 825 homes. The September 23 Housing Land Supply report shows that 1,225 homes will be delivered by 2031, and over 2,000 in nearby villages and countryside. Both of these targets will therefore be met, which are not suggested in the officer's report, and this excludes the 490 dwellings for which planning permission is being sought today. It is true that the first draft of Dorset Council's emerging local plan suggested development in this location. It's also true that this draft should be given very limited weight. Councillor David Walsh has been very clear that the council will be thinking again because of the level of objection to the first draft, and that the local plan will be reshaped. About 150 dwellings in the outline part of this planning application would be built in the countryside in the parish of Pimpern. This is in direct conflict with Pimpern Parish Council's neighbourhood plan, which was remade this time last year. The independent examiner who reviewed the plan agreed that the policy which says that open market housing outside the settlement boundary should be resisted and was in conformity with both national policy and the strategic policies of the North Dorset local plan. He agreed that housing was not needed here. Granting permission would also cause harm, given the inability of Blandford's infrastructure to cope, even now with the number of new houses that are being built in the area, and will result in severe traffic congestion on the bypass and the A354 approaching Blandford, where traffic is already bad many afternoons. With North Dorset and local housing targets being met, there's no need to grant permission for this application. Proposes 150 new houses on land outside the settlement boundary in the countryside. We should recognise the importance of this countryside as a valued agricultural land, an historic landscape, carbon sink, and the setting of the AONB. I urge you to oppose. Thank you.
Hardy. Thank you, Mr. Hardy. We now hear from Mr. Carter. You're not speaking. My mistake. I beg your
Lauren, lovely Sally
Yes,
speaking in favour.
Yes, yes, you're next speaking in sport. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee, My name is Roger Carter. I'm a Blandford Forum Town Councillor and also chair of the Neighbourhood Plan Working Group, now the Monitoring Group, but I speak here in a private capacity. Councillors, from early consultations with local people at the inception of the Blandford Plus Neighbourhood Plan, it became clear that there was a need for infrastructure in the northern part of the town, particularly a community hall, shops, recreation space and a school. This eventually developed into Blandford Plus Neighbourhood Plan Policy B2. Thus, the Neighbourhood Plan from the outset was infrastructure driven. The Blandford Plus Committee at the time coined the simplistic, perhaps naive statement of turning the Yellow Bridge to nowhere into the Yellow Bridge to somewhere. I'm sure you all know the bridge I'm referring to. Now, and although there may be some question mark over the need for the school at this time, the need for the remaining infrastructure is as great now as it ever was, particularly as there has been further housing development in this part of the town. Allied with this is an evidence need locally and in Dorset for affordable housing. The site in question is a strategic one. The enabling policy of B2 has, with all the other neighbourhood plan policies, met the test of basic conditions twice by two different examiners. There is overwhelming support in the neighbourhood plan referendum. The development, I believe, is sustainable for two reasons. First, excluding the proposed smaller development in Pimpern, this development expands the town of Blandford and not the local villages. And it is hoped that this increase in size will attract further inward investment in the town and opportunities locally to meet, play, use the community hall, and perhaps also bring into use a piece of local infrastructure that has remained idle and unused since it was built. Secondly, the site itself is sustainable from an ecological and environmental perspective. And I know that Dorset Council has worked closely with the developers to ensure that this is the case. The master plan now on the table had the overwhelming support of councillors from Blandford, Blandford St Mary and Bryanston. Plans for the site itself and the houses not only meets but exceeds the stipulations of the new Blandford Plus Design Code, part of the Blandford Plus Modified Neighbourhood Plan recently adopted. If any development could be described in this way, it is a very good development with its delivery of infrastructure and housing. The alternative, I fear, will be the further expansion of the local villages, but especially Blandford St Mary.
Wrap up.
Okay, thank you. I'm nearly there, Madam Chair, thank you. Blandford St Mary and Charlton Marshall, putting yet more strain on the resources of the Blandford office. For these reasons, I humbly ask you to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. We're now here and from Mr. Ward, who is the agent. Have I got that right?
Someone who's done a lot of drawing and designs.
That'll do.
Yeah, I'm used to drawing rather than writing and reading, so apologise. If I'd like to draw on your screen, I'll just turn the microphone on.
That's good.
Great, thank you very much. I'll try and be brief. As I think you've seen, ladies and gentlemen, Blandford Forum is the most sustainable town in North Dorset for growth. That's been identified by numbers of people, and this is, if you look at the town, and you see where it's located, and you can see the constraints of the town that Robert put up. There is only really one place that you could extend the town to naturally grow the town, and that is to the northeast. And it's quite clear in the 5 or 6 years that the town council have been working on this. And that if you look at the town, it's a beautiful Georgian town, market town. It's got lots of interesting facilities, and it has also got in terms of the natural extension to along Salisbury Road, that has been where the town has grown over the years. Historically, it was growing that direction. Yes, the bypass, Letton Close is at the edge, and Letton Park is at the edge too. But I would say that in terms of the facilities, you can see the imbalance of the town, and that's why a lot of the people that we met 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, it's a long-term project this has been, I've always been looking at rebalancing the town. That's really important. I think in terms of properly planning, this has been properly planned. And that's what I would say to you. Your officers, the allotment associations, the town council all work with us to plan this properly. And that has included some of the land at Pimpern, including in this, but that to design somewhere properly has meant that we've got the space to create the sort of large parks that you can see here. That central park is 200 metres by 150 metres wide. That's a significant park. You've got a 400 metre long park by 200 metres wide country park on the edge, wetlands, lots of green belts and woodland character. And by doing that, we've ensured that we actually meet the gap, the Pimpern gap. We've been out there with officers and looked at it, and hopefully officers have shown members that you can't see because of the distance from Pimpern. The development's over a mile away. It's the other side of Lesson Park. The legislation leisure park has been great in terms of that setting, and because of the low density that we're creating, the barns, the cottages, we're creating a scale of development that actually fits with the Pimpern policy. Finally, I'd just like to say we're creating a community here. It's not a housing estate. There's over 2,000 trees on this site. There is an active local centre giving facilities for existing people who live there that currently have to drive into town or drive to the schools, as well as the new people. We've future-proofed it in terms of cycling and walking all the way around. So it really is a healthy place for the future. It looks out to the countryside and is sympathetic to the countryside in terms of the way we've landscaped this. So I would say this is an exemplar scheme. It will be built by one of the best builders in Dorset as well. So I'll pass, hopefully that will be something that you'll see from David Wyatt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent handover there, David Wyatt, if you'd like to come.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I'm David Wyatt, owner and CEO of Wyatt Homes. Wyatt Homes is a Dorset-based house builder, which I set up 32 years ago. We are proud of the places we create and committed to building well-designed, high-quality homes using local materials and locally based contractors. On a typical day, we employ between 300 and 400 personnel. We have a proven track record of delivering high-quality developments with a range of affordable and private housing, community facilities, and attractive open spaces. This is an important site for Wyatt Homes, as many of our current application sites in the Dorset Council area are stalled due to nutrients neutrality issues. However, this does not apply at Blandford. Over the last 3 years, we've worked extensively with your officers and the local community on this plan application, and it is supported by Blandford Town Council. This application will deliver the objectives of the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan, including a site for a school, allotments and community buildings. We are also in discussions with Blandford GP practice about the potential to accommodate a new doctor's surgery in the local centre, which would be excellent. We have worked alongside your officers to produce an application and master plan of the highest calibre that has officers' support. This is backed up by a comprehensive design and access statement and a strategic design code, which are of exceptional quality. Today, I would like to make 2 pledges. First, on sustainability. All of the homes will be zero carbon ready and will have heat pumps instead of gas boilers, solar panels, high levels of thermal insulation, energy efficient appliances and lighting, and EV charging points for every home. These measures will significantly reduce running costs for the residents, as well as helping to tackle climate change. And as far as I am aware, this is the largest zero carbon ready application that's come before committee. In addition to these measures, the master plan incorporates sustainable drainage systems, provision of 40 acres of public accessible green space. Approximately 2,000 new trees will be planted, including street trees, and incorporating bird, bat and bee boxes. My second pledge is a commitment that we will do our utmost to make this an exceptional development that not only Wyatt Homes is proud of, but the local community is proud of too. Thank you for your time. I hope my comments have been helpful.
We now hear from Alan Cross for Blandford Town Council.
Chair, members of the committee, I speak in favour. As chair of the Blandford Forum Town Council, we passed a motion in June, voting by 12 votes to 1 in favour of this. I speak as a representative of Blandford. I'm a Blandfordian by heart and born and bred there, but lived there for most of my 74 years. And this is a sort of development which really excites me, and it really underpins not only the future of Blandford and the centre of the town, which your Dorset Council has very kindly aided us with the development last year by with Nocturne and Lacey Clark and Byron Quayle to resurface the whole of our town centre. They have come up with another plan we're looking at the moment. And we're also developing the Corn Exchange to ensure that the historic building stays standing, which is really keen. All this is all part of the perspective that I hold out for Blandford Forum, and I also, of course, live in Pembrun. Puts me in a very difficult position in some ways, but I very much disagree with everything that's been said today by my friends, most of them that I know in Pembrun. They are absolutely fascinated and fixated on this gap between Pembrun and Blandford. Well, let me assure you, members of the committee, not one of those 490 homes that are projected will be visible from Pembrun. The bulk of the village is a low settlement. We will not even see it. The parkland development, which has been put together by Wyatt Homes, is exceptional. And there is no question of that. The second point is not one of those homes, 490, will be any closer to Pembrun than those two on the site we had at the slide earlier on, showing the Letton Close and Letton Drive, two developments of it. Those are far nearer than anything that are being proposed here. So I would like you to dispel the notion that we are breaking into that Pembrun gap. We accept it. I think Mr. Lennis accepts it, and we'll go along with that. But to sum it up, I can't go any better than when assessed against the relevant policy in the Pembrun neighbourhood plan, it is considered the proposed development has been designed sensitively and would not result in any adverse impacts at all for Pembrun. There are the positives as well, Madam Chair. We go on to things like the school, which is part of the infrastructure, and as you just heard, the medical centres and things we've got planned there.
3 minutes, Alan.
One finish up with then the retail facility. I would love to be able to dispense with my car and drive into Blandford, because the village shop closed 5 years ago, and it took the guts and the heart out of our village. I will be able to go there at this place, buy my newspaper, and thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your time.
We appreciate your enthusiasm, but 3 minutes is 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Next we hear from Peter Slocum for Pembrun Parish Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I am Chairman of Pembrun Parish Council. I'm also a Governor of Pembrun Primary School and the Blandford School, as well as being heavily involved in Pembrun Village Hall and Age Concern Blandford and the Blandford Youth Centre. I understand this is the first planning meeting that meets in the happy circumstance of Dorset having met its 5-year housing supply. As I understand it, this means that decisions should be made in accordance with the development plan for the area. I had the pleasure of chairing Pembrun Neighbourhood Plan Group from its conception in 2013 through when it was made in 2019, and then again between 2021 and 22 in its review. I've lost count of the volunteer hours and effort that went into making it, but they were many. The application, as you have heard, conflicts with our neighbourhood plan. It runs roughshod over the effort and wishes of the many parishioners that voted for its adoption. The application fills the entirety of the gap that exists up to Letton Park and proposes significantly more development than was identified as needed. I can see no benefit to Pimperne residents from this development, despite there being 150 new homes, about a third of the development proposed in the countryside in our parish. Pimperne isn't even in the proposed Section 106 agreement. There will be no improvements to our local services, no benefit to our primary school, no benefit to our green spaces and recreation areas, only more pressures on our local services and road network. This is even more the case for the residents of Letton, who will in fact become part of Blandford town as it continues to sprawl northwards. I have looked at the committee report and the supposed planning balance. This talks about benefits of being many and weighty and no real adverse impacts. Pimperne residents do not see it in this way. We are already meeting our housing needs and Blandford is meeting theirs. The primary school, that's Pimperne Primary School, has plenty of capacity. And we see the major development in the AONB and its setting will lose the important local gap between Letton Park and Blandford, and we will lose valuable farmland, an important carbon sink. Now that there is a 5-year housing land supply, if this application is approved, we will lose our faith in the planning system and neighbourhood plans. There is no need for this development, particularly no need for 150 homes proposed within Pimperne Parish that outweigh our plan and the protection of this important piece of our countryside. We strongly object to this development. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. So, please. We don't applaud, it's not performance. I understand the emotion, but we can't applaud. Because it can be intimidating to people, that's why we don't do that. We now hear from the Lord Member, Councillor Biden Quinn.
Thank you, Chairman, and I've had to change my notes a few times as things have already been said. As time is short and many of the points have already been made, I don't want to go over them again, but I wish to lend my full support to the objections made by the CPRE, the AONB, Pimperne Parish Council, Mr. Steve O'Connell, and a few of the other objections. I thought they were fantastic and well based on fact. Blandford is busting at the seams, members. This is from overdevelopment of a wayward policy that has been inflicted on our market towns. What we miss is true infrastructure and not token gestures that this application is putting forward, although it's welcome because some applications don't even give tokenism. I would also like to note and disagree with the point that this application is required to meet the 1,200 homes need as mentioned. I know this point's been made a few times. This simply is not accurate. Monitoring records show that 1,212 homes will be delivered without the site and not inclusive of this application. That's incredibly important. I won't go into some of the points that have already been made many, many times. I do want to just touch on the point that Blandford Forum Town Council is supporting this application. Of course they are. They were forced to build a neighbourhood plan that allocated sites. And this has been called, and in my opinion, the best of a worst case scenario. I will note the words of a councillor who said to me, without the 5-year land supply, although that's now changed, there is the presumption to support developers. They'll just end up building on the Crown Meadows. I'll also note that the applications have been put forward for up to 250 houses on the Crown Meadows, and I'm sure we'll have to fight that at some stage. They go on to say, I disagree with our market towns being forced to accept the overall policy of this expansion, and that this should be spread across North Dorset. But this is where we are, so we have to protect us, and the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan has been earmarked, or earmarked sites, if required. If required. You will note that North Dorset has met the land supply. That's great. Therefore, the presumption is not in favour of developers. And this development would be building more houses than there is a need and put massive amounts of pressure on already struggling infrastructure. I'm the Dorset Councillor for Blandford. I deal with these issues day in and day out. Therefore, members, as the Dorset Councillor, with massively supports house building, and I'm in favour of house building. That is, the right houses in the right location with the right infrastructure where there is need. I urge you to vote against this application due to the lack of true infrastructure and the fact that this exceeds the need for the area. I'd like to make two further points. Affordable housing is a legal term and not reflective of reality. The surgery have confirmed to me that they will not be putting a surgery to the north. That is incorrect information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, that brings us to the end of our public speakers, and can I thank them all very much indeed. You were all kept to your time and you were all very relevant and to the point, and it was a pleasure to listen to all of you. Thank you very much. We now move on to questions before we get on to the deliberation, and I think I'm going to start myself with one or two of the questions. Oh, yes, so is there anything that officers you want to pick up from what you've heard before we get on to questions?
And Chair, yeah, before I'm just still in front of Robert, if I'm not sure if he's got anything to add. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points that were made in the presentations there from people. Schools and the falling populations. I believe we've had it confirmed from our own education people that there is still a need, and also the site does actually form part of the neighbourhood plan, which is only hot off the press anyway in terms of its confirmation of that site within its allocation. So it is an allocated site, and bear in mind, of course, that obviously if this development were to go ahead, then that's going to generate a need for school places as well. So I think it's important just to distinguish that point. The AONB as well, the substantive parts of this allocation or development that are in the AONB are those that are within the allocated part of the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan, some of which includes open space and allotments. So that is something that was established and discussed and dealt with through the examination of that neighbourhood plan. It doesn't mean to say that we can't ignore that when it comes to the detailed stages of applications, but we have to accept a degree of the principle being accepted through that plan. Also, I've heard some comments made about there being enough housing in the area and therefore that's the quota there. It doesn't quite work that way with planning. There isn't a sort of quota that you meet and therefore you stop bringing housing forward. We have to consider each application on its merits based on what the local plan or the development plan is saying. So there's not a quota that we have to meet, and therefore anything over and above that, it is no longer required. We know that there is an argument in terms of making sure that there's a continued presumption in favour of sustainable development, and the NPPF does say that. There's a distinction between a presumption in favour of allowing development to meet housing need when you don't have housing supply, and the general presumption that already exists in the NPPF in favour of sustainable development. So the task really is to consider whether that development is sustainable, i.e. does it substantively meet the local plan and the policies of the NPPF? If not, are there considerations that we'd want to balance against that? So yeah, that was just an overview of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. The archaeologists had no objection to the proposal. Their comments are on file. And with regard to urban extensions, This is an extension of Blandford. We consider this an urban extension to Blandford, much like Gillingham has had an urban extension, Shaftesbury's had urban extensions, and both of those cross over political boundary lines of their neighboring parishes as well. So this is not a new topic. In that sense, in that regard, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with a few questions and then I'll go around the table as we always do. There's a few things that I picked up from the public speakers. First, if I could come back to the question of the school, because I do think this is quite important looking at an understanding of this. The scheme offers us a piece of land that Dorset Council could purchase to build a new school on that at some point in the future. But and I know that at the time of the 2019 examination of the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan, a school site was considered as necessary. But the latest figures show don't support a need for a school. All of the local primary schools have got falling rows, and the latest figures for 21-22, which is the most recent figures that I've seen, they have 92 spare spaces in the 3 primary schools. So the point is that this adds another 90 space requirement for a further 90, whatever it is, 9 whatever school places. Dorset Council's task is to provide sufficiency of school places. And we know perfectly well that Dorset Council is likely to be forced to go for a cost-effective, cheap option. So my question is, how likely is it that the school is now needed and will ever get built? Because it seems to be, given the evidence that we have, it is a matter of fact that the 3 primary schools have falling rows, that between them they have 92 spare spaces at 21-22. And I was at Pimpern School with the portfolio holder and with the lead member for education only last week. And they were telling me that they have falling rows there and they're struggling to fill up Pimpern School. So I do think there is a question mark over this school. This is important to us on the committee, because that's one of the things we're putting in the balance here against the harm, is the benefit of this school. So I've just got a comment. Would it be reasonable to say that there is a question mark over whether or not this school is still needed and would ever get built?
Thank you, Chair. I confirmed the Education Authority, the manager, again's comments. I confirmed them again yesterday with him, and he stands by what he said, that there is a need, a growing need, for a school site here in the location. And there is a difference between the severity of need that he's demonstrated, but whether it gets built and there's political will behind it, that's a kind of view to discuss. But certainly he doesn't want to be put in a similar position that he was in previously with Shaftesbury, where they gave up their options on the school site and then were held over a barrel. So he stands by the data that he's given us, that there is a need for a school.
Well, thank you. I mean, I have to say, I still think that the position of the school is dubious, but thank you for that response. I want to ask my next question about the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan, because your report suggests that the examiner didn't comment on the part of this application that is in Pimpern, because he wouldn't comment on somewhere that's outside of Blandford. But in fact, the examiner of the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan was aware of this application. And he, so far from not commenting on it, he was actually at pains to be clear that there should be no reliance within the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan on development coming forward within Pimford. Paragraph 15.4 of his report specifically suggests a modification to ensure that the policy in the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan didn't give any expectation of a subsequent phase coming forward that involved Pimford. So he was aware of it, and he didn't not comment on it. He actually was at some pains to make sure that this wasn't reliant on Pimford. Again, I think that's important for us because though this application is not contrary to the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan, it absolutely isn't. It's clearly not supported by it. The examiner wasn't even neutral. He was at pains to make sure that it didn't rely on land in Blandford. So I think that's. I mean, is that your understanding of what he said? Because that's my understanding of what the examiner said.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree the examiner was at pains not to say that any land was required in Pimford. But that was his remit, and that's their remit with every neighborhood plan, is to maintain those boundaries. So I would have found it strange for him to say anything differently. Thank you.
I mean, I have to say my reading of it would go a little further than that. I think that when he suggested a modification, he was commenting on it. But yes, I take your point. Could I turn now to the Pimford neighbourhood plan? There is some confusion in the report, I think, about what the examiner. Now, I'm now talking about the examiner of the Pimford neighbourhood plan said in his 2018 report concerning whether the gap between Pimford and Blandford could accommodate development. You've highlighted on page 35, you've highlighted a section from his report. And you draw the committee's attention to paragraph 5.35, suggesting, as I understand your report, that this means that the examiner considers development to be acceptable in this location. But the previous paragraph, paragraph 5.32, which you don't quote, says there are representations that seek additional sites which have not been selected. I set out in brief the arguments which have been put forward for each of these sites, then my conclusions. So paragraph 5.35 as I read it, is not the examiner's conclusions, but his summary of the arguments that have been put forward by people who are supporting this development. The examiner's conclusions are given under a subheading a few lines later, where there's a subheading that says, my conclusions on these non-allocated sites. And his conclusions are that the strategic environment assessment did not consider the site to be a reasonable alternative for the neighbourhood plan. He went on to say that the relationship between the two settlements of Pimford and Blandford has fragility and needs consideration. So my reading of the examiner's report does not show any support for development in this gap. In fact, I would say quite the opposite. So I do think we need to clear up. My reading of this bit that's highlighted in your report is this is where the examiner is summarising the points made by the objectors. It's not his conclusion. He goes on then 2 lines later, say my conclusions, and gives his conclusion. I do think that's an important point to clear up.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your interpretation, and I understand how you've gotten there. However, I would also digress and point to the earlier slide I made or showed, which was about neighborhood plans and what it says in the NPPF. And that neighborhood plans should not promote less development as set out in the strategic policies for the area or undermine those strategic policies. Right, so Pembroke's neighborhood plan should not be undermining the strategic policies, which has Blandford as a center for growth. Blandford along with Gillingham, Shaftesbury, and Sturminster Newton. It's within that context that I invite you all to read that quotation that I put in the report, put on the slide. It's important to recognize that Blandford is a major settlement within the district, needing to accommodate strategic growth. That is lockstep with the NPPF that I just quoted. This part of the site that is within Pembroke Neighborhood Plan Grant could, he's not saying it will or it should, he's saying it could accommodate sensitive whilst retaining the important landscape character. That's exactly what he should be saying, because you cannot preclude development. The whole ethos behind the NPPF is to look at things in the balance and to have no hard stops of the no. So my opinion, differs from yours, and I invite members to make up their minds based on what I've just and what you've just said. You're welcome to come to a different conclusion.
Sorry, Chair, can I just come back from that point to, I think to cut through some of those arguments, I think we shouldn't lose sight as a committee of the fact that the Pympen neighbourhood plan is a made plan, and therefore the fact that it identifies that gap is a significant consideration we have to take into account. It has status in the development plan. So therefore, the focus should really be, I suppose, on whether or not we believe the development that is proposed that encroaches on that gap is justified. It's not specifically supported by the Blandford Plus neighbourhood plan because it only set the remit for where its allocations were. So we're going beyond that point, and we are encroaching on what is an important gap. Now, from the presentation, there was some discussion around whether or not that actually harmed what the purpose of that gap might be, and effectively, it's there to separate Pympen from the growth of Blandford. And we're looking at, I suppose, what is a defensible boundary between Pympen and Blandford as to markate those areas. So there was some discussion around the fact that, well, from Pympen you wouldn't see the development. Therefore, is there a degree of understanding about whether or not that gap would still fulfil a role moving forward if the committee comes to the view that encroaching on it is acceptable in the context of the master plan for what this site is showing? Because in effect, I think the growth of the site that's been identified is a way of setting out a master plan for that development and how you might accommodate it in the most sustainable way. So I say that not to disagree with you in any way. I think you're right to highlight the importance of that policy because it is important and that does need to be considered. And it's really important that members do consider whether or not this development is justified in actually encroaching into that gap in a way that might prejudice what the Pympen neighbourhood plan is trying to achieve through that policy. And in coming to that judgment, we have to weigh up whether or not there are other material considerations in terms of the benefits of the overall development we think are actually sufficient to outweigh that what in effect is a marginal encroachment within that. It's substantial, but there is still a gap between Pympen and Blandford that's left over. But it is a part of the development plan, therefore has statutory weight. Thank you.
That's really helpful, thank you, because it brings me on to the last of my questions that I was going to raise, and it is about the question of the important gap. The report concentrates on the impact on views in and out of the gap, referred to in paragraph 33 of the Pympen neighbourhood plan. But the gaps policy, as we just heard, it's not just about views. It's about the wider definition of this gap is about separating out the space that is Lambeth, with the space that is countryside, with the space that is the village of Pimpern. And we heard reference to, from one of our speakers, about urban sprawl. We've heard about urban sprawl. We know that how villages are concerned about urban sprawl. And the crucial paragraph, I would suggest, is not paragraph 33, which in the neighbourhood plan that talks about the view. It's paragraph 34, which is concerned with the gap policy on the land south of Letton Park. And this refers to the importance of the area between Letton Park and Blandford, which is where this development is going. Its treed and spacious character arising from the history of this land and the parkland there. It talks about in terms of the framing of the AONB and its contribution to the overall gap between the village and the countryside and the town. So I do think that the importance of the gap, I don't know if you would agree with this, Robert, it's not just about views in and out of the gap. It's not just about where this development can be seen from, though that is very important. It's also about the very existence, the very reason for this gap having been identified so strongly in the neighbourhood plan, and it's about separating out one community from another, a village community, the countryside, and the town. And this, the part of this development that is in Pimpern is in that gap which is identified in their neighbourhood plan. That would be my interpretation. I don't know if that's how you see it, Robert.
What was the question?
Exactly.
The question was.
Sorry, Chair, this is out of order. Totally out of order. As chairman, you should be impartial. You are not being impartial. You're trying to persuade the committee to take your point of view.
They're not even questions.
And I'm not, they're not questioned. They're not questioned.
I was going to, the question.
Sorry, the style and tone of the questions is wrong. The style and tone of the questions is wrong.
Or I will now leave the rest of my questions. But Councillor Healy, would you like to ask any questions?
I think we should stop this meeting. It's not fair. This shouldn't go ahead now.
No,
The tone
this
is wrong.
totally wrong. You've done nothing but I think you're predetermined.
Not being determined, I am just asking questions. Can I? I'll take a question. I'm going to the lawyers to get advice on.
No, come from me.
Oh, it's going for comfort, right? Not leaving the committee. We have to fight from the lawyers. I really don't want to do this wrong.
I think it should go to another committee now.
Phil.
Hold on. Yeah, we need to adjourn for 5 minutes while John's out of the room. So we will just adjourn, because he's had to commit to the Scientific Council, right? So we'll just adjourn for 5 minutes and
determination, but that's a matter for Chair to decide whether she has indicated predetermination, but don't have questions. But my view is that she hasn't. I think that's it. Like we can say, it might be that Mr. Gallantry wants to add something to that, but I think.
Mike.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I concur with your views on that, because I found that the questions were testing, but they were testing issues that I think needed to be explored in the report for clarification. So the fact that those questions were asked, you've received answers, and I think the committee has heard answers to those questions as they were put. So from that perspective, it would be open then to members to have their debate and discussions around the item as they see fit.
Well, I think that position is fairly clear. Councillor Jones.
Thank you. I would just like to make a comment to the committee. We are all independent panel members. We've gone through a great deal of listening to lots of people. We are quite capable of making up our own minds. We're not predetermined. And I would just like us to get on and decide this application one way or the other, really, you know, whichever way the committee goes. But I, for one, I'm not predetermined, and I know that we've got some jolly good panel members here who will like to get on and complete this application, Chair.
It's very helpful, thank you. I'd like to know that I was just going to Councillor Heatley. I'm starting at the end of the table for questions.
How to do that. Couple of questions, one bigger question, one small.
Okay. Okay.
No. Try another one.
Left.
Get on speaker's table.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. A couple of questions, one bigger, one smaller. The chair of Pimpern Parish Council said during his evidence that there was no help for Pimpern in the Section 106 agreements from this, which I found slightly surprising given the number of houses that were on Pimpern territory. Is that right? And if it is right, is it something we can do something about at this point?
Robert.
Sure, that is correct. It's not unusual. When the development is an urban extension to Blandford, and all the services and needs of the development will be accommodated for as seen in Blandford, then it's not unusual that the incursion into another parish doesn't then attract anything in particular from the Section 106. Typically,
So as a sort of implicit assumption that the people in the new development won't be going to Pimpern for the sort of things that Section 106 would be paying.
Yes.
Thank you. Second question, a small one. There's 5% of self-builds in here, which I personally applaud. I understand that effectively they are getting outline approval now and will individually have to apply for their planning permissions. Detailed question, will they have to fit the design code, and will they also be subject to the pledge about carbon zero ready homes?
If I'm honest, self-built investment is a new territory. It's a new territory. I haven't dealt with this one before, so at present, we're putting it in Section 106 legal agreement for different terms with regard to how long they need to be marketed for. I suppose we could put a condition on any grant of permission. We could condition it to say any self-built homes will need to accord with the design. So that is actually a very helpful.
I can't say, I mean, I'm very keen on carbon zero bit. I could imagine the design code might be quite difficult for some self-builders, but there may be some middle ground. Anyway, I think it's a thing we need to think about.
If you all are reminded to approve the application between now and then, one at a time. I know it's short, but give some thought to that condition. You have experienced that.
Yes, we've got one or two other conditions, haven't we, that we agreed at the beginning of the meeting that we would need to do some work on. So if you wanted to include on that list condition on self-build, you could do it on the same grounds that you would delegate to the case officer and the chairman and vice chairman to work up the condition that was workable on something. I think it's a well-made point. Thank you. Any other questions? Good to know. Councillor Ryder.
Linda Ryder, representing Gilling Ward and villages surrounding. Yeah, I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Healy. I am a little disappointed, I must admit, in the response, given that potentially have to date as part of this application, this development. But we've heard the reasoning. I do have two other questions, if I may. Yes. Just clarification. With reference to highways and pedestrian crossings, can I just have clarification, confirmation that all the major roads, pedestrian crossings are going to be signalised, and that includes the Salisbury Road? I've got a nod there from highway, so yeah. And also to do with trees. Now, we've heard how important trees are going to be with this application. I think 2,000 plus trees. I've looked through some of the conditions to try and find like the maintenance of these trees going forward. There's lots of conditions. I may have missed it, but what is going to be the tree replacement plan? We normally say like trees that fell in 5 years we replace. What is the intention of this?
Two different. Two different. I'll have to have a quick look while the session's going on, but I believe we have two different conditions. One specifically to ash trees that we've spoken about. So we expect them, the applicant, to give us a management. So how are we going to manage ash trees? How are we going to replace them? The details. My thought, I'm thinking is go through the crew in November, and you have a lot of all the ash trees on the site, and there comes a point when it's no longer a viable tree, and that's the point where they should be felling completely and replanting. And then the other condition should be in the landscape and environmental mitigation plan, LEMP, which I have all the time. But it should be 5 years replacement.
Yeah, can I come back?
Yes, of course.
Could we make it a longer term? Because, as I said, these trees are so important in years to come.
Yes, but if you start to enter into the realm where somebody wants to challenge the condition, after a certain amount of time, it becomes difficult to enforce or it's not enforceable. And so I haven't seen many tree conditions written beyond 10 years that normally inspectors do 5 years. I'm happy to do 10 years, and I'll speak with the applicant and make sure that they're okay with that, because we've had very positive discussions about trees throughout the site, so I don't see any. Oh, sorry, Chair. I'd like to come back and give a better answer for Councillor Heatley and write out on the section 106, the obligations. So you do, with all the planning obligations, we have tests that they have to meet. They have to be necessary, directly related to the development, and fair and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. So those are the three tests. And typically, when you have an urban extension of, in this case, Blandford, if it's difficult to make that directly related to development, if it, for the most part, the magnet is Blandford, it's hard to make that related in scale and kind. So that's typically why it doesn't creep up, or it doesn't show up. Sorry. That makes sense? So,
Councillor Heatley, I hope you're going to ask the question that I'm wanting you to ask. Go on. Which is, can we do anything about that? Is what you asked. Yeah.
I do ask that first time.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, can we do anything? Yes, it just seems to me that if we're asking the community of Pimpern to take nearly 1/3 of this site and 150 houses, we were putting 150 houses in a village, not as an urban extension, they would be getting quite considerable Section 106 benefits from it. It seems very hard that they should be getting nothing at all. Is there? I appreciate that you've negotiated your Section 106, but is there any flexibility on that?
All due respect, Chair, we've got an urban extension to Blandford.
Yes, yes.
The development is not in the village of. It's an extension, it's on the periphery of what is the parish. And right now we have the tests that are set up. So any contributions being sought or obligations being imposed upon the developer need to directly relate to the development.
Yeah.
And if the development is turning to to Blandford for their needs, that's going to be a hard test to pull down. And then the other test, which is going to be equally as hard, is it, well, not so much, but is it fairly and reasonably related in kind and scale to the development? So again, you've got Blandford and all the services, that's your growth, that's where all the growth needs to go. They have the services, and you have a tiny village too, and you have to give me an idea. I'm happy to get something in 106.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put it through the test.
Yes.
And if it meets the test, great. I'm happy to negotiate with.
I'm going to turn to Phil to see what to come, but I just have to say, I absolutely appreciate what you're saying, but I have to say that's not what it feels like for the people of Pimpern, that this is all about Blandford, because 1/3 of this development and 150 houses are actually in their parish. So I appreciate that technically you may say this is all in Blandford, but a third of it is actually in Pimpern. Phil, can you help him with this?
Thank you, Chair. So Robert's absolutely right to outline the tests that need to apply when you're considering whether to impose a planning obligation. Absolutely right that, as with conditions, if you feel that there are specific planning obligations that need to be imposed to make development acceptable in planning terms, then you're the decision maker, just as you need to consider what conditions are appropriate and not. You need to consider what Section 106 obligations are appropriate and not. But in that context, I think it's important to realise what Section 106 obligations are designed to do, and they are not about setting how much of a development falls within a particular parish or into another parish. They're about mitigating the impacts of the development and effectively, so that you come back to your position now, so the development washes its hands in terms of infrastructure provision and the impacts on that infrastructure. So the development price provides sufficient school places or in kind. It doesn't have an impact on highway network because it proposes whatever highway improvements are necessary. It's not there to provide a benefit to a community over and above those others. So those impacts. So you're not harmed through a Section 106 agreement, for example, provide a betterment to a parish simply because there's development taking place within that parish.
No, thank you. I can't help but notice that there is a sum of money for Stour Meadows. We could have a sum of money put in for Pinkerton's open space. And no? Yeah, all right, I think I'm it's as far as I can. Clearly not.
The Stour Meadows is a magnet.
Yeah.
It attracts visitors.
Yes.
And that's, or I can justify it through those three tests. That there is a high reasonable assumption. It's reasonable to assume that some of the people from this development are going to use Stour Meadows. Because it's an attractor site, and then the other, it meets the other test, and that's how I can get some contribution towards that number.
I think the answer to our question, Councillor Heatley, can we do anything about it? It would appear not. But we, yes.
Attractive, like Stour Meadows, if there was a.
Yes, yes.
Then please mention that to me and see what I can do.
Thank you. Councillor Ryder, have you finished your questions? And Councillor Prime?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. We've heard very eloquently from Richard Burden about the AONB, Robert. Can you explain or put some thoughts into this? You had the slide up on the screen, which we've got on our plans here, as to how the AONB was designed, and we've got let and chase in that area, and why some constructive thinking because of this development is in the setting of an AONB. Can you explain that a bit more, please?
Let me clarify that. So there, share my screen. Second.
What digging up, my point is around the point. You don't build an AONB generally. You're not looking at the setting. Where do you go in that sort of sense?
Do we say that one more time, please? Is this the slide you're referring to? Okay, so this was just a slide that I found helpful to get my head around the A1B and the Blanford development over the years. It's not a detailed plan, and part of I relate some things. This plan on the right, as I stated here, is the Basin Act of 1961. And my understanding is that the A1B was designated in 1981. And so I just overlaid the two to get an understanding of how development was moving through time. Because over here on the left, you see base map of Blanford today, relatively speaking, and the Cranbourne Chase. And this happens with, I've seen this happen with other sites. You have a relatively physical barrier on the ground. And so when this A1B was designated in 81, the bypass was built in 82. For whatever reason, the A1B was able to change in time, or whether they even considered it, I don't know. But once you put in that physical barrier, it makes more sense now. It's like a ring road. In other cities and towns you see, they built a ring road, and all of a sudden it always fills out to the ring. Now you need a circular, south circular, and 25. And but that's what happened. And it would appear that the natural progression is really just to fill up what is not AONB. Because that's the less sensitive landscape area, because it's not designated. That just makes this plain simple. Does that answer your question?
It does a long way, thank you. And when do you know when Letton Close on the area was built?
No, I don't. But if you look here, No, I have, I'm supposed to explore. Sorry. Leaden Close, I think that's Leaden Close right there, and that's Leaden Park. So it was there at least in 1961. Pre-designation of the A1B. And as we saw on site, physical features on the ground impact where the destination is. And when we saw that band of trees into Lang, say it for me. Lang, that's. Is one spelled for you?
Never mind. Just say it.
Anyway, the physical feature of the trees on the ground did influence, in my opinion, it seems to clearly influence where the line is drawn for the A1B. And you saw that on site. It's parked through the land where we were standing, and we were driving down the road. We were coming back and back, and the building was rising in that valley. So topography and physical features heavily influence how development.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the Pimpern neighbourhood plan. I'd like to thank Mr. Southern, who did all the work and the chair of it there. This development's been in the pipeline for a little while. How come it doesn't feature in the Pimpern plan then? If it fits. I mean, to me, driving around the Blandford bypass, this is Blandford we're talking about, not Pimpern. But I appreciate barriers don't always be visible where you're looking at them.
The parish boundary lines is what we're talking about, and how and why those were drawn is a historian's dream.
What consultation took place with Pimpern around the development of this development whilst they're doing their plan?
They were, it seems that they were, I don't know, and we'd have to ask the people at Pimpern and the chair. From looking at this other information that I have, and make you aware of it, it's clear to me that the land northeast of Blandford was being earmarked for housing development. It's this North Dorset Local Plan Part 1 was in the making for a number of years before it was finally adopted in 2016. So it's been out there, and somebody put forward that site as a strategic housing allocation. And then, of course, as I showed here, in 2017 is in the issues and options, and then it's getting defined down through what we see today. So how Pimpern, well, I would find it difficult to believe, if they could correct me, I would believe that they didn't know that development was being proposed here, or at least considered, especially from the remarks in from the examiner. So
that was presumed that we presume that this was and hence Pimpern neighbourhood plan's response to that, the community of Pimpern's response to that was to designate the important gap, which is a direct response to the suggestion that this development might cross over the parish boundary into the countryside. So that's why they designated this as an important gap. So they did know about it, and that was their response, was to designate that strip as their important gap, to make the point that they wanted to keep countryside between them and the town of Blandford. Does that answer the question?
Councillor, Chair, if I may. And that's exactly what they should have done and did do. And their policy helped influence this design. I don't think we would have gotten such a good design without that policy in Pimpern. But I also have a different opinion from some of my other colleagues there, that yes, there's an impact in landscape, but in my opinion, it's not an adverse impact. And so the proposed development complies with the policy, LC, landscape character policy, and what is expected in the important of the gap.
Thank you. One other question, Alison, on highways. You've got traffic lights on the A354 around there you're suggesting? Really? Can you not put a flyover or a bridge over that or something?
The pedestrian, signal control pedestrian crossings, which also enable cyclists to cross the road, are the safest and most viable option in order to encourage active travel. Bridges are ridiculously expensive.
You're going to peel off all the motorists going around, people travelling across the county, by putting our traffic lights on, and the impact of those on the traffic stop, start, and the climate and so on.
These signals were also included within the capacity modelling that was undertaken, and it's demonstrated that there isn't that much impact on overall journey time. Notwithstanding, we've got central government policies to promote active travel. Further, we've actually encouraged pedestrians and cyclists to travel from the development site into Blandford via foot or cycle or even scooter, then that reduces the amount of traffic that's using the bypass.
Is there any direct links being proposed with Pimpern at all, or is this complete standalone and with Blandford as its adjacent community?
No, they're short answer, no. You have, again, on the ground, you have that physical barrier of what is Leaden Park. And it is a short distance to Pimpern, but it's an even shorter distance to Blandford. And if you would have, yeah, I'm sure you saw some of the drawings in the design and access statement. And they have this also in the design code, I believe. It's about walking distance, being able to walk to services. And that's an excellent feature in the design of this proposal. Because you hear, I don't know about you, maybe it's me, my profession, but I hear it all the time about the 15-minute walkable city or the 20-minute walkable city. And that's what they've taken on board.
Any further questions?
No, thank you.
No, good, thank you. Before I come to you for questions, Councillor Andrews, we're just 50 minutes shy of our 3 hours, so could I have a proposer and a seconder that we should run over? I've had a proposer, Councillor Jones, the Councillor Rideout seconding. Councillor Andrews, sorry, we got that, Megan, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, all those in favour that we run over, yes, good, thank you very much. Any against?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Chair. My question is also about highway. We've done a full equality impact assessment, so we make sure that, I mean, recent developments, there has been an issue around access to sites for pushchairs and wheelchairs, mobility scooters, etc. So the question I'm asking is that all taken care of?
It's all pedestrian and cycle routes are flush and level, therefore they are traversable by all.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't introduce myself. Councillor John Andrews from Sherborne, also without any use. No more questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jones, that's intelligent.
Councillor Stella Jones, Dorchester East. Right, first of all, given that the council housing waiting list has over 5,000 people on, as in increasing every day, I'm very pleased to see we're going to have some affordable housing. But affordable housing can mean all sorts of things. So how much of the affordable housing is going to be social housing? And, well, I'll answer that first and come back.
Thank you, Chair. Our policy seeks a 70-30 split on social housing to shared occupancy. And shared.
And how much of this social and affordable housing, is it going to be interspersed on the whole estate rather than just be in one place?
Yes, definitely. This is something that we're insisting on by design, urban design and myself. And there's a blurb of that in the report, how they interspersed and done a much better job of integrating so that it's tenure blind.
My second question is about the school. Given that there is over provision at the moment, there is usually over provision in lots of places. There's been it in Dorchester until very recently, and that changes quite, changes without you realising that suddenly there aren't those over provision places. If this site was not available, are there other places nearby, anywhere else nearby where you could actually build a school locally so that people could go to their local school?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. This is something that was considered in some detail by the examiner for the Blandford Plus neighborhood plan. And if we look at a map of Blandford, you see that it's largely arranged by A1Bs, either Cranbourne Chase or Dorset A1B. And there is a sliver to the southwest that's not within an A1B, but for whatever considerations the examiner feel that you got at least 400 houses, you want that to be there.
Will that be the only place for a school in the future?
I think he said that was correct, yeah, reasonable.
Just make a comment rather than a question. If these houses were built in some of the houses built in Pinfern Parish, Pinfern Parish would gain by the rateable value of these houses.
Oh,
That's a comment.
They would gain the council tax.
Yes,
Yeah, they would, it would. But it's very small stuff, they certainly would, yeah. Yeah.
It helps all the new houses in Dorchester help with us.
Yes, I think I have just to point back, there's a considerable difference between the
Well, I know, yeah.
tax in Dorchester and Pimper, but you're absolutely right. Councillor Penfold, do you want to?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. As this is a tree preservation, or as this site has tree preservation orders, who will be responsible for the replanting of the trees if they were diseased or whatever?
Chairman, that's normally down to the developer or the management committee who takes it over.
So would that be put in as a condition? Thank you. No, thank you very much.
Councillor Carol Jones, any questions?
Only very quickly. The site where the school might go or whatever, who will maintain that site until something happens to it? Will somebody be responsible for it?
And personally, I believe it's just
Wildlife Meadow.
yeah. And it's within the area group. So there's very little chance of it being developed or anything in accordance with this. So that we may working on.
Any other questions? If not, we want to move on to discussion. Who would like to kick off the discussion? Nobody would? Well, yes, Councillor Ryder, okay.
Councillor Linda Ryder, representing Giving and the villages. My goodness. So much information we've had to take in on balancing. We've had to do it with plan balancing. I think you've got to remember it is an important strategic development, sustainable, identifying site. Saying that, I totally understand the concerns coming from Midland residents because they're having to run part of this application as we don't actually not getting anything in return apart from the infrastructure and build. And the gap is important, along with the AONP setting to the south. The neighbourhood plan examiner recognised the gap. He identified it in the first neighbourhood plan, paragraph 5.35. but also stressed the importance to accommodate strategic growth and Blandford Forum as a major settlement. And that part of the site within the proposed area could be accommodated in the Pimpernel area. Pimpernel area, sorry, could be accommodated sensitively whilst retaining the important landscape, the important landscape gap between Blandford Forum and Pimpernel. And in the first review, and announced the development should not harm views of Pimpernel Village along the 8354, which it doesn't, and not erode the gap between Blandford Forum Village, and should respect the trees and distinctive character of Letton Park within the gap. Now, I've looked at both neighbourhood plans, and I've carefully considered the application, went on a site visit like most of us, and I can see there's significant landscape works to mitigate the impact on the gap. We've got additional tree planting, parkland, low density housing, and formal footpaths, all respect, to try and respect the character of Letton Park. I don't like everything about the application. I don't like the way it's opening up what we call the bypass. I like it in its rules statement, but then that's my opinion. Yes, the gap is compromised south of Letton Park, but there is still a gap to the north of Letton Park. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. There's still a considerable gap to the north from the OMB. And I think over time, with all this careful tree planting and landscaping, the development is going to integrate into the character of the land. It's going to be seen in the backdrop of that forum, but it's still going to have that important open gap there between Blandford Forum and Pimpernel. So trying to weigh all this up and balance, this is an exceptional application bringing forth significant benefit, including important infrastructure and housing, well-designed housing, in particular affordable housing, which North Dorset really does need. I'm going to say now,
thank you.
Wait to see what you say.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brian Reid from Rotherham and Mike. In many ways, I feel this is one of the best applications we've had before us. Wonderful things like that houses. I don't know whether it's true, certainly, but my experience, a brilliant use of the site, clever use of the topography, so that from a lot of places you can't see it, I'll say a bit more. Manifestly sustainable because it's Blandford, affordable housing, the normal element of self-build school, the Longlands Community Centre, open space, sports pitches, all things that we want to see in many of our developments. Some of the things are not so good. I don't think much of the highway crossing arrangements. I think it's very unfortunate the way it contradicts aspects of the Pimpernel plan. We encourage villages to make these plans, and they should be taken seriously. And there is a manifest incompatibility here. Some of the views do affect the setting of the area. I went on the field trip, and in particular, there is a view from the higher ground towards the southeast, where you can kind of see down into the gap. And the effect is to make the Blandford appear about twice the size it is now. And the AMO is behind that. So that there is some damage, it seems to me, getting angry, but not, what's the phrase? Significant to the extent that it rules anything out. Biodiversity, there's a extraordinary figure which says that the net biodiversity gain is greater than 10%. I couldn't find anywhere anything that showed you how to calculate that. We have some things that use 11 trees, some things that don't do lots of plants because the roads will get in the way of the hedges. I don't know how you compare that trees, they're incommensurable. And so these figures seem to me to be rather dubious. I know there's a new methodology coming, which maybe will somehow tell us what's the ratio. Also in the biodiversity bit, which I read in some detail, there don't seem to be any recognition of the fact that the main thing we're doing is taking a load of arable land and putting houses and roads and gardens on it. It's quite complicated biodiversity comparison to decide what difference that makes. It just seems to be not. So, in the end, I'm leaning in favour of this because I think the pressure put upon us to build more houses is so strong, continues to be strong despite this not being a tilted balance, Mr. Chair. And personally, I think it's wrong to accept that, put that aside. And I think the advantages and novelty and artwork that built into this application just about outweigh. That's where I'm leaning.
Indeed. Carol, did you want to come in? Where are you leaning?
I'm going to jump straight to it. I like this application. I think it's well designed. Had it been certain other builders, we probably would have a different view, but this is high quality. And I'm going to just propose that we accept the officer recommendation. So I'm happy to propose, Chair.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. So just for clarity, to pick up a couple of points that were some of which were raised earlier. Let's just check that that proposal, Councillor Jones, includes the section 106 heads of terms that are set out in section 14.
Yes, absolutely. And also, if we can, that the self-build should be as near to zero carbon as possible.
We beat me to my second.
We'll have that. Thank you.
And then the third point about whether you're happy to include the delegation to the head of planning in consultation with the chair and vice chair.
Yes.
Three minor variations to
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to propose all.
Secondly, is that what you're going to do?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to mention about the trees.
Yes, and tree.
Yes.
Yes.
Condition 25, it's addressed.
Condition 25, is that?
It's already in there.
It's already in there. Good, thank you. It's lovely. Does anyone want to make any comments? I mean, I have to say, we're going to put this to a vote, but I just want to remind the committee that this is contrary to the Pimper neighbourhood plan, contrary to an enormous number of policies in the neighbourhood plan. And I'm disappointed, I think, that the first opportunity we had when we had the 5-year housing land supply, and we could have upheld a neighbourhood plan, that we're not able to do so, because we have sat here so often and bemoaned the fact that we couldn't uphold neighbourhood plan because of the tilted balance. And we don't have the tilted balance, and if we chose today, and I appreciate that, I don't think you're going to, but if we chose today, we could have upheld that neighbourhood plan and reduced this planning application on the grounds that it is contrary to the development plan in a number of very significant ways. But that's the decision that you clearly feel that the material considerations outweigh the harm to the AONB, the harm that arises from all the breaches to the development plan. I have to say that's not my view, having listened very carefully and given this a lot of thought. I don't agree. I don't think that we should be supporting this. We have a proposal second. Does anybody else want to say anything further before we put this matter to the vote? Can we, anybody? I don't want to rush anybody, but we have been here a long time. Okay, we will now put this matter to the vote that we will approve this application with the added conditions that came in at the beginning of the meeting, that that we will explore the self-build application of the condition as well, and that these will be delegated to the case officer with Mary and I to make sure that as chair and vice chair, make sure they're acceptable. All those in favour? All those against? So that application is now confirmed. Thank you very much. We'll now, I think, take another way. Or what should we take? can we? What?
Just put Josh to go.
That was that, Mike.
We should be fine.
Yes.
Just letting you know.
We have three items that we have to, yes, good, Mike's right. We have three admissions left that we have to address. And so we need to press on, but we mustn't rush through our debate. So I don't want you to feel under pressure, but I know some of you will have to leave. We are still poor. Without more ado, we are moving on now to agenda item 7P OUT 2022-043. This is to erect 12 dwellings and associated works in Motcombe. And Jim Bennett, would you like to give us your please?
Thank you, Chair. Before I get into the presentation, I've just got an update to report that we've had 17 further objections to the proposal following publication of the report. Both reiterating points already covered in the report. I'll get into the presentation. Site is represented by the red line here. It's currently an agricultural field along Motcombe Road. This location here, on the periphery of Motcombe, the centre of the village is to the west in this location. Here, the site benefits from a planning permission of 12 dwellings approved in 2022, although there'll be an outline planning permission. This was the drainage plan to the representation of what was illustrated at the outline stage, so a linear forward development access from Motcombe Road with a service feature in the western corner. So this is similar to what we've currently got as the full application in front of you today. This is the current full application. So yeah, it reflects what was previously approved. This application is coming forward without the full housing contribution, unlike the outline proposal, which is a fundamental change for this proposal. So the entry funds of the site will be retained, but it will be multiple standard tree specimens, secondary strip of landscaping, just the parking bays, leading into the site, spur into the adjoining field. This doesn't suggest that planning permission will be approved in the field. Yeah, we wish to retain that potential access, although this will be landscaped up for the purposes of the current application. So the initial submission showed this is the street scene, which shows 3 blocks of 3 terrace units with timber cladding, natural timber cladding staying dark. It was a more suburban feel to it with these suburban type detached units, suburban roof garages. So amended schemes put forward, which should take at the end the units around 390 degrees, give some more articulated roof forming street view, as well as more agrarian type carports attached to the terrace units. The suburban house types in the middle will also change to more cottagey types of interest in the streeting. Landscape plans, full landscape plans have been submitted, which show generous amounts of tree plants in the southern boundary, the eastern boundary, and the western boundary. They are in public open space around the attenuation basin and planting the street of the development. Photographs of the site show the access. The access will be roughly in this position here through the existing mature hedgerow, which runs Motcombe Road. Again, on the left-hand side, we roughly in this location here on the egress into Motcombe. I've included these photographs. They're examples of what the state development has carried out further to the west of the village, just demonstrating how the appearance of the development might look with the timber cladding. These are plain tiles, red bricks, quite nice mixed parts materials, which officers believe suit the character of the area, rural character of the area. This is a slide taken from the applicant's landscape visual impact assessment. The site is in this location here. So from the wider views, it won't readily be visible. The field being in this location here, the existing dwellings on the north side of Morecambe Road are very distinguishable in long views on the site. This is the site itself. So development will take place in this paddock area, accessed through the hedge here. So, being the backdrop of existing developments, which forms a linear sort of development along this part of Morecambe Road, as in the gateway to the village. A lot has been said about by the objective parties as well as our own flood engineers about mitigating the flooding on site. There is a spring that emerges infrequently, which crosses the site. Crosses in this location roughly and comes out to this point here. There are issues with the existing culvert fronting this property here, and it's understood that flooding can emerge from the site, causing problems further to the west, particularly at the lower levels of the village where flooding issues have been known to occur. So the applicant has got a drainage strategy forward, which this is a slide from. So part of it is because flood tests have demonstrated that the ground cannot take water permeability. So there has to be a certain water strategy. So the strategy is to hold water that comes from the surface water development within this attenuation basin. Through use of hydro breaks on the attenuation basin, water can be dispersed from the site. It's not being clarified precisely at this stage. That's the condition, which is being requested by the flood team as to how water will be safely and appropriately discharged from this attenuation basin. Now, one aspect, one option is to discharge water to the south along this blue dotted line. Go directly to a water course to the south of the village, which will remove the flow of water from entering Morecambe from this point. So we discharge this water course and then away to the south. That needs to be firmed up with the flood authority that I suggested, but that will also capture the spring which sometimes emerges across the site. So water will in fact be displaced and sent away from the village. That route is the optimum viable way of discharging water on the site. As I've said, with the problem with the current here, which blocks can lead to flooding or water getting onto the highway at that location there. This just demonstrates water courses around the site. Obviously, the site is this location here. It's the main river, which the culvert's currently discharged to. I think the culvert's not blocked, so there was some running through the culvert this morning, I've noticed, but not heavily. But if the chosen route is to the south, water will be displaced or dispersed. This is what across the south side, which would completely avoid water going to the village. The site is allocated under Lot 11, so there is a presumption in favour to the site. It was for about 10 dwellings. As I said previously, there's an extant permission for 12 dwellings on the site. That was subject to affordable housing, so 4 affordable homes were to be provided with that substantive outline approval. That is not the case with this proposal. The viability assessment has been provided by the applicant to demonstrate why this site cannot support the affordable homes. So officers are reminded to support the proposal being in compliance with this policy, other than the aspects. Surface water drainage is also going to be an issue that speakers against the proposal today will bring up, and we'll do our best to answer those queries. So the recommendation is to grant such conditions and completion of section 106 agreement to secure other contributions in respect of the development, although not the affordable housing. So Officers consider it to be acceptable in principle. The proposed design is acceptable, the design is showing that. It's not considered to be significant harm to the residential community. The proposed dwellings being in excess of 40 metres away from the nearest dwellings. And the proposal would make a modest contribution to housing delivery. So, members, it's recommended to grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Jim, we've got Alison with us, Phil, I think not to make a presentation on the, she's here if there are any highways questions that come up from the members of the committee. We'll move on now to hear from our public speakers. The first of whom is Jacqueline Collins. Sorry? Collins. I beg your pardon, Jacqueline Collins, that is what it says here.
No, that's fine. Right.
Would I ask you to sit down? That's lovely, thank you. Thank you. Already.
I and many residents in Motcombe have fought against building on this unsuitable site since it was included in the draft neighbourhood plan in 2018, despite not fulfilling the criteria set down for the plan. From the outset, the most important reason against this site has been the pedestrian safety. I have lived in Bittles Green for 39 years, and it has always been so dangerous to walk to the school in the centre of the village. The road is too narrow for pavements. To add more family homes is unforgivable. There will be a terrible accident. The traffic data for this application predates 2 large developments in Shaftesbury, with more on the way, a huge one starting in Gillingham and one in Mere. Traffic from these will inevitably use Motcombe as a cut-through, again causing more danger for pedestrians. With so little parking on the proposed site, cars will park on the road, causing more danger. You've seen the picture of the road. It is a narrow country road, barely room for 2 cars to pass. The access out of the village is through the hollow, which is very narrow and dangerous and has continual accidents. So it isn't safe to walk and more people will drive. There will be more cars parking at the school, which already has major safety problems. Sewage and flooding issues have been ignored. The sewage system cannot cope now. Motcombe has major flooding issues and the application ignores the proposed bumps and the water that will pour onto Bittles Green and down to the flood zone. The suggestion just made by the planning officer is suggesting that all this water can go uphill. I would like to see that. Conditions have been set for the management of the attenuation pond, but this should include safety aspects, given it is an open area and accessible to children. I can assure you, this attenuation pond will be full a lot of the time. We have provided Dorset County Council with videos of the huge water generated from the field during heavy rain. And where will the water from the attenuation pond go? Yes, onto Bittles Green and down to the flood zone. The turning of 3 plots at right angles is against the linear ribbon pattern in Bittles Green and very detrimental to the residents of Shires Meadow. There is absolutely no reason for doing this. With house prices spiralling downwards, building materials spiralling upwards, and the contributions the builders have to make to the village, I question the viability and deliverability of this application. They are already refusing to supply the required affordable housing. I noted with extreme concern that in the most recent report, the district valuer suggests that it is unviable, both with affordable housing and without. At least one other site in Dorset has been abandoned mid-build by different builders. What assurance does the village have that this will not happen here if the viability is questionable? We will be left with half-built houses on our beautiful greenfield sites. Finally, I am aware that there will be building in Motcombe in the future. This should not be until the flooding, drainage and sewage issues are dealt with and be on a more suitable site where Motcombe Hollow is not the main access to and from the houses. This proposed site is not and has never been the correct choice.
Thank you very much. Kept your 3 minutes. Thank you for that. Can I have Karen Sanford first, please?
Yes, Karen Willits. I'm speaking on behalf of my father who's had to go. Thank you for allowing me to address the committee. I live at One Oak, which is next to the proposed development on the eastern boundary. I wish the committee to please consider the following before making their decision. The flooding and surface water, which you've heard 2 accounts of. My property has springs either side of it, as you can see, and one underground at the northwestern part of the garden, which disperses into the field directly towards the proposed houses. Water also flows in torrents past our house, down the road from the hollow, caused by increased surface water from rain and springs halfway up. This has increased so much in recent years due to climate change and the new housing developments in Shaftesbury. Flooding is a real concern for current house owners. If the houses are built, there is overwhelming concern that the lack of natural runoff will increase the risk. The SUD system doesn't take into account. The Dorset Flood Risk Management has not been updated since this application was made, and the Flood and Surface Water Viability Report from this development has also not been redone since the floods in October 2021. The tributaries in the village eventually flow into the River Stour and ultimately Poole Harbour. I can't see any report of neutrality either. Also, with an excess of 200 sewerage leaks in Motcombe last year, how can this application be accepted with these huge concerns outstanding? The outline planning permission was for a linear development. The latest plans, as you can see, show that the houses at the western end are at right angles to the other houses, not linear. The use of black timber cladding for the lots of the houses close together in a very prominent position will be entirely out of character for the village. The back of my house will face onto the development. The design shows a window on the largest house nearest me that faces directly onto all rooms in my house and also onto my back garden. The ridge height of the house will also overshadow my property in the summer, especially if the height of the development is raised from the soil from the excavation. The privacy and enjoyment of my property is paramount and is now at risk. This is of immense concern to me. I'm also overlooking their gardens, so privacy for these houses has not been taken into account. The proposed landscaping does not rectify the privacy situation at my end, with only 4 new trees being put in on the eastern boundary. Not good enough to protect either party. Also, how are these trees going to be managed in the future? What's the, is it a 5-year, 10-year plan? What happens? Traffic and pedestrian safety, as Jackie alluded to. Despite the road safety reports, the speed of traffic from and to the SIDS on Biddle's Green is absolutely terrifying. On most occasions, it's more than 30 miles an hour. There are no footpaths, limited street lighting, and more parking will no doubt result on the road due to visitor parking at the new development. More cars, more speed, more pedestrians, more parked cars, plus limited sight views for current owners to drive out of and into their driveways safely can only lead to road and pedestrian safety issues. This has to be a paramount concern. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Sorry to interrupt you. Now, Susanna Sanford, thank you.
Thank you. I live at One Oak, which is next to the proposed development on the eastern boundary. I reiterate the comments made by Chris Sanford's representative with regard to the viability of this proposed development. I also wish the committee to please consider the following points. Road safety during construction. The road must be kept clear of construction vehicles to allow me and other villagers clear sight to exit and enter our driveways safely in light of the road safety concerns that are raised today. The lack of consideration from the construction drivers on their last development in the village near the school caused many problems and was not addressed by AMERAs. Knowing how some villagers are feeling about the development over the past few years, I'm taken aback that not once have AMERAs approached us to talk to us, either as part of the consultation meeting or individually to listen to the views and try to alleviate our concerns. This kind of attitude leads me to think that they are not concerned with the village and is purely for financial gain. the S106 funding, from what I have read, the financial viability of this development is in question. The concern to me is that the money could run out or run short, the site left unfinished, and be an eyesore for in a very prominent position, or cheaper materials are used, giving problems for the house owners later on and probably cause many of them to look as awful as the ones that are caused in the developments in Shaftesbury now. This will be totally unacceptable. Sustainability. I'm also dismayed to not see plans for these houses to be eco-friendly or have any sustainability. These houses are facing south and in a prime position to collect and store electricity using solar panels. These are not on the design. Will the properties have heat pump sources in light of the government phasing out gas boilers? Will there be electrical charging points on each house for cars? Will it be carbon zero? Questions must be asked. Privacy and light pollution. I wish to raise the concern that the headlights of cars exiting the new road from the development will shine directly on the houses opposite. This will affect their privacy and be very disruptive. This is not acceptable and needs to be mitigated for those affected. The proposed development on the street was denied recently due to potential flooding issues, and therefore this decision needs to be taken into account on this application. These are serious concerns and issues that surely must be addressed and taken into account before planning is approved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. We now hear from the applicant, Mr. Mill.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Chris Mill and I'm an Associate Director at Pure Town Planning. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and a former planning inspector. I'm here today speaking in support of the proposal on behalf of the applicant Amires Developments. Before I proceed to outline the main considerations why I feel members should proceed to grant full permission, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the quality of the officer's report and thank Mr. Bennett for the professional way that he's handled our application and worked with us to improve the layout of the scheme. Firstly, the principle of development and planning obligations. The application site has been allocated for residential development within the Motcombe neighbourhood plan, and it benefits from outline permission for 12 units. Therefore, this is a plan-led development, and the principle of residential development at this site is firmly established. This is the starting point when assessing the proposal today. The site was acquired with outline permission by Amires Developments in 2022, and Amires are a Dorset-based developer who specialise in providing high-quality family homes, including the recent development at Chandry Mews in Motcombe. Since Amires acquired the site, the economy has changed, build costs and interest rates have increased substantially, and the housing market is slowed. Due to these factors, it is regrettably no longer viable to provide affordable housing as part of this development. The removal of affordable housing provision has been justified by a detailed viability assessment, which has been independently reviewed by the district valuer. This approach complies with the neighbourhood plan, and the district valuer concluded that the development should come forward with no obligations whatsoever. Despite this, Amires have volunteered to make financial contributions exceeding £100,000 towards local infrastructure to ensure that local services and facilities are safeguarded. Secondly, character and appearance. The layout and design of the proposed dwellings has been informed by the linear pattern of development along Motcombe Road, which features a mix of housing types. To ensure that the development will integrate successfully with the area's semi-rural character, the application is supported by a full landscaping scheme, which includes native hedgerows and new tree planting. Thirdly, drainage. The application site is not within a flood zone. Nevertheless, we understand that drainage and flood risk is a real concern for local residents due to recent flood risk issues elsewhere within Motcombe. Therefore, the application is supported by a detailed drainage strategy which takes account of the site constraints and demonstrates that a suitable surface water management scheme can be delivered at the site. This document has been reviewed by the council's drainage engineers, who have no objection to the development. The applicant is agreeable to the recommended drainage conditions and will ensure that the necessary documents are submitted prior to the commencement of development. The last issue is highway safety. The layout and parking provision has been informed by the outline consent and meets the council's standards. These details have been assessed by the council's highway department, who have no objection to this scheme. The councillors, in summary, the development would help the council to meet its housing needs by delivering 12 family homes on an allocated site, and there would be no conflict with the development plan. Therefore, I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant permission today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We now hear from Mr. Dunlop for Motcombe Parish Council.
Thank you. Councillors, Motcombe Parish Council maintains a strong objection to this proposal. This site was included in our neighbourhood plan specifically to deliver housing towards an ambitious overall target that has in fact already been exceeded. We reluctantly accept the district valuer's conclusion that affordable housing is not viable, but we also note with extreme concern the debate about the deliverability of the project and make the point that Section 106 contributions cannot be a matter for negotiation at any point. Foul water sewerage was not addressed just now, and to be clear, the foul water sewer serving this site is regularly overwhelmed. It's a 150mm pipe installed in the 1970s, since when the village has grown significantly. That overwhelming already leads to foul water backing up in houses downhill from the development. Environment Agency data confirms that in 2022, a drought year, remember, the system discharged directly into a stream in the centre of the village on 22 occasions for a total of 221 hours. It clearly would be unacceptable to add to this environmental and health danger through a conscious decision today. On surface water flooding, the data used in assessing flood risk predates two supposedly once in 100-year events within a fortnight 2 years ago. These caused significant damage to several properties and forced some residents here today out of their homes for several months. Only last week, we experienced exactly the same ground conditions. Had the rain gone on just a few hours longer, we would have had the same result. As you've also seen, the diagram that we've had earlier clearly shows surface water draining uphill. It's factually incorrect. Road safety remains a significant concern to residents. The traffic data predates large developments in Shaftesbury, Gillingham and Mere, including those ongoing. Bittles Green is much busier and much more dangerous than is assumed in these plans. Furthermore, road safety was regularly compromised by mirrors at their last development in the village. We definitely need a condition or an element added to condition 13. There should be no parking of construction vehicles on Bittles Green. You have heard plenty about the design elements, the non-linear character that has been included in the dark cladding, and Motcombe Parish Council supports these. Amiras have been fully aware of these concerns for months. They have not addressed them despite generous deadline extensions. They've made no attempt to engage directly with the 91 residents who have legitimately objected to this, nor with the Parish Council. So Motcombe Parish Council does not have confidence in these plans. They don't deliver what we envisaged in the Motcombe Neighbourhood Plan, and we see no benefit to the village. We therefore urge you councillors to recommend refusal.
Thank you to all of our speakers who have raised a number of very pertinent points. Members will have some questions about the chief ones being around flooding and foul water and the water management of the water site and the viability of the site. Before we get onto the big questions we'll all want to get our teeth into, could I just clear away a few smaller ones that I don't want to get lost in the wider. So could I just hear first of all from either of you, but from Alison, about the road safety questions and the traffic data being out of date? Would you like to just put our minds at rest on that?
It is through consideration numbers that there was an outline consent granted, and that could have been implemented with the other developments occurring as well. So from that point of view, from a technical point of view, there is no change.
Okay. We would still like to be sure though that we have put everything in the conditions to make sure that this is as safe as we can make it. I take the point about there being an existing stand planning application on this site. Can we hold the thought that because I haven't had time to double check, if there is a condition for managing the construction traffic, if that's not in there, you might say that we could put that in. Is it in there?
13.
Thank you. Yes, good. Okay. Can I ask next then about the nutrient neutrality? Because that was raised.
Well, these water courses may eventually drain to Poole Harbour. They are not actually definitively within the catchment. So development in the North Kingsland area, Gillingham, these types of areas can go ahead without having to demonstrate nutrient neutrality.
That's helpful to know. Good, thank you. The third then point, just to the smaller things, is that well, it's not smaller if it's in your house. We talked about neighbours overlooking and overshadowing, and also somebody said about headlights shining into people's houses. Have we dealt with amenity?
The site is separated from the nearest dwellings to the east by 40 metres across open space. There's a footpath, public footpath that crosses here, and there's quite a mature hedgerow in this location here. These dwellings here were rotated through 90 degrees to give a better enhancement to the street scene, as well as give passive surveillance over the area of open space. So that was the reasoning behind that. It wasn't any sinister reasoning to find further access into the field, or potentially. The dwelling to the east is separated by some 45 metres. So together with the rule of thumb for greatest distances is 21 metres. So these greatest distances are more than twice the accepted rule of thumb, and there will be additional bolstering, landscaping, heavy stands on these bounds of the site to prevent further invisibility.
The headlights?
So the headlights would be through the main access into the site. So this property here potentially would suffer from headlights egress in the site. So this is the nature of linear developments on roads. I think someone's going to.
Nothing we can do about that. All right, members, correct? Yeah. Yes, please.
In the comments with regard to land levels, we can actually put on an additional condition to ensure that land levels aren't altered from the current state, and they're not raised with respect to the impact on adjoining properties.
Thank you. Actually, hold that thought. Members, but I'm going. Yes, Councillor Ryder, you've got your hand up.
I've got a few questions. First of all, the Resin Bound driveway, or it's the main ring through, it's as Resin Bound, it's not an impermeable surface or permanently.
Sensibly, but the underlying strata is not permeable anyway, so even if it was permeable, the ground conditions won't accept water. So it's going to have to be an on-site drainage solution for that surface water, which is hence why the attenuation basin of the western extent of the site.
Thank you. I've got a few questions.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Can you just explain the fund and the gradients for the spring flow? I understand the fund is 300 millimetres, doesn't seem very high to me.
Yeah, the bund is shown by this green strip here on the drainage plan. I imagine it's going to be kind of cut and fill operation. So the purpose of the bund is to collect the spring water that then occasionally emerges through the site, drain it in this location here. Now, the eventual solution of where this water goes to is not finalised at this stage. That's reserved by condition. We've got our drainage engineers, whether it goes south, which would be the optimum way of doing it, if it can be done. We have to work that out with the front, see whether work can be done to enhance the culverts along the site frontage. That's a third party ownership. That's another option that might be explored. But this detail will be worked out in discharge from surface water condition as we apply to the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. This just makes me a little bit worried because we have to, make a decision on this application. And for me, I think flooding is the big issue here. So, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think I want more clarification, more sort of robust answer. I'll move on to my third question. Morecambe Parish Council queried the upkeep of the culverts, the ditch to the west. It's currently obstructed, partly under the hedge at Sharon Meadow. How can that be resolved?
It's within their party plans. The applicant themselves can't resolve it unless they come to some kind of agreement, which they can't be forced into that third party landowner. But this seems to be the pinch point here, where water is not being able to pass through this culvert, which is under a hedge. The remainder of the site there's an open water course underneath the existing hedge on the site frontage, so water can get down there, and there is a highway drain also which collects water off the road. But it's a difficult question as to how this third party land can make the applicant's drainage solution. It won't be form part of it without their agreement. Hence the potential to the south.
I have to say, it's not much further.
Excuse me, I can't allow, I understand that your need to talk, but I can't allow it because it could invalidate. I'm really sorry. Councillor Ryder, carry on.
Thank you for that. It just adds to my big concern, unfortunately. You mentioned in the report about waiting for an up-to-date response from Wessex Water. Really the capacity of the sewage and discharging foul only closed public sewer. Is there any change in this from the outline application? And we also heard that multiple foul discharges took place into the river.
Unfortunately, Western Water have got access to respective foul, so they did comment on the outline stage. They were satisfied with the proposal at outline stage. There is a foul sewer that fronts the site, which the site could readily tap into it, and it would only be foul water going into that foul sewer, no surface water, hence the surface drainage strategy. So it would only be foul sewage going into that Wessex Water sewer.
Thank you. Last question, please stay here. The attenuation pond, it was very hard to see and pick out the detail from a computer screen, but I believe there are various options, 3 options to divert water once it's come into the attenuation pond. And one of those is down to the stream. But as someone else the residents pointed out, that is actually going uphill. So how does that work?
Maybe the case that it needs a pump and it's going uphill. This is the attenuation pond will be its location here, so maybe slightly uphill, in which case it requires some kind of.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other chairs? Councillor Taylor, you had your hand up first, and I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the uphill was going to be my main question. Actually, I'm not there. I can deal with that because it is going uphill. In fact, I can't understand it. And you say it's in secondary land, which means that it's going over someone else's land.
It's not secondary land.
It's going right. Okay, it's going over their land. Has it been agreed?
Right. The blue line indicates land of the applicant's ownership. The red line is the application. So, yes, it's the issue that.
You have permission to go.
It's the applicant's it's, the applicant has access across that land, yeah.
Going across the houses, then you're going to potentially build into the application. You've got 12 houses there. We talked about the permanent surface for the road. What about the roof spaces? Where's all that going to the excess water? Because that's going to be.
So all surface water discharge goes to attenuation.
Which can be quite high.
Discharged by one of the 4 options that has been suggested in the drainage strategy.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to come into the sewage because the fact is that it's going to like carry 30 mil, the 30 centimetre pipe, which is not what's going on. You were saying you're waiting for Wessex Water to come back and give us an actual fundamental way they're going to deal with this, because it doesn't look as though they're going to deal with it.
They stated categorically during the previous application that they were satisfied with the foul sewage arrangements.
Thank you, Dr. Councillor Heatley.
Thank you, Chair. James and I, we take an interest in the viability calculation. And that's centred on something called benchmark land value, which is a kind of assessment of the money that the developer would expect to pay. Although the higher the benchmark land value is, the less likely it's to be viable, the more likely it is to be viable. After the to and fro, I challenged the figure that was being used in the viability assessment, and the district valuer, according to your email to me just before the meeting, has agreed that it should be lowered. So my question is, if that is the case, is this now viable with some form of consent? It would seem that it's more likely.
The figure quoted in my email to you or the meeting was agreed by the DP in prior to this report being written. Was the applicant submitted an initial viability appraisal where the benchmark land value was much higher than the figure I eventually suggested was the case. So the development value was agreed, the applicant's financial viability appraisal. So whether or not the applicant brings forward this scheme, whether it's viable or not, it's open to them. It's certainly not viable if they've got to provide affordable housing.
Well, I'm still puzzled.
Well, we talked about 2 figures, didn't we, about benchmark land value. The higher figure was the early incarnation of the viability appraisal.
Yeah.
That was queried by the district valuer some months ago. The applicant came back with a revised viability appraisal, which was subsequently agreed.
So the other figures have changed.
Yeah, the initial figure has changed.
Yeah.
It's a lower figure.
Okay, but
the upshot is that the scheme can't deliver the affordable housing. It can deliver all the other contributions that were associated with the previous outline approval, but not the affordable housing.
Okay. So the latest calculation agreed by the district valuer is saying it's.
Yes, yeah.
Right, okay.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councillor James was first, and then I come to you again.
Yeah, the biggest concern is about the drainage. Now, who builds the attenuation pool? Is it the developer? And then he hands it over to the Wessex Water or the Environment Agency. And who the biggest point is who maintains it? Because if it's not maintained, then you're going to have more flooding. It has to be constant maintained. Can we put a condition that it has to be, I don't know, investigated every year? So you've got to keep it working once it's in place, basically.
But the section 106 manager approves application when section 106 agrees completed, there will be a clause in that regard to a management company who will be responsible for maintaining the attenuation base as well as any drainage from it. So that will be the applicant or management company's responsibility to manage that.
So the residents will go to the management company and not to Wessex Water.
Yeah, future occupiers will have a charge. Management.
Yeah, Councillor Les Fry, Dorchester West. I'm extremely unhappy with the drainage suggestion with the pumping, because funny enough, you pump water uphill and it will run back down again when you let it go. And having looked on Google Earth, there is an inkling up there, which has been raised by the residents there. We've seen enough of the impact of flooding in various towns across the United Kingdom over the last few days. We mustn't add to that problem. What guarantees can we be given that won't increase the flooding to other residents in that area, in the village there? We've heard about the 221 litre hours of pumping sewage in that. We shouldn't be adding to that in this area. I'm struggling with it. Can you give me any guarantees, Jim, that the system will work?
Well, that basically agreed by the Discharge and Surface Water and Drainage Conditions. Flood Authority working software this application. They had no objections to it, subject to the imposition of 3 conditions. That was for the full drainage strategy to be submitted and agreed with the planning authority, for a surface water maintenance regime to be approved by the planning authority, and for a construction and surface water management condition to address the potential water construction in site water on the site onto the road. So the planning authority won't agree to discharge those conditions unless they're fully satisfied that the surface water drainage for the site will work. Now, if the drainage to the south of the site goes uphill and it doesn't work, then they're going to have to find another option to do that. That may be down Morecambe Road. They put forward 4 options to give that surface water drainage.
And the sewage, I mean, if we've got surplus surface water there, use the words carefully, going into the drains, that's going to clog up the whole system and cause the sewage to flood.
No, there'll be separate systems. Sewage and surface water will be separate.
I'll just add to that. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Fry, just to pick up on that point. I think building regulations also control that issue about surface water being separated from foul sewage. So for that very reason, so that if you have storm events, you don't actually overload the foul sewage because of sewage water flowing into it. So hence the need for things like attenuation ponds to deal with surface water.
And just, sorry, Councillor James.
I want to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. This is a question more for the, if the site which has outline, would we be able to refuse permission, bearing in mind it's actually already got outline? Would we, because it's got outline, I mean, therefore, I mean, this is what I just really want to understand.
Use this application, but the outline application stays.
Have to do the viable housing.
Yeah, but because there is an outline application, that means that the principle of
yes, that's my problem.
Yeah, that you have to accept this one. If you're not satisfied that it's acceptable in planning terms, you can refuse it. Just to be clear, but yes, but just remember that there is an outline application that has already been granted on this section. Just to go back to, sorry, did you want to come in? I was just going to come, just to give the committee a bit of comfort. It's not unheard of that we give a planning application, that we grant a planning application, if I'm not saying we're there yet, but subject to the drainage being worked out later. So we can do that, understanding that we have these conversations once or twice when we establish that we're not drainage engineers or we're not highways engineers, and actually we can't sit here and solve this. It looks like a very, very tricky flooding problem and a sewage problem, and it's not within our remit to solve that. We couldn't possibly solve it. So, but you could, if you so choose, say, pass it subject to that being suitably resolved. And then what that means is if it can't be suitably resolved, then the development can't go ahead. Is that how to solve this drainage problem? Because actually, I don't think we know. You either reject it because you think it's insoluble, or you could choose to accept it and say, subject to it being able to be satisfactorily solved, and if it turns out it can't be, then it can't go ahead. So let's just, yes. Do you want to come in?
Yes, yeah, just on that point, I mean, Jim can comment further if necessary, but if they can't agree a suitable scheme, which I think has already been said, then that isn't going to be, that would be a pre-commencement requirement before they could actually commence any developments. They would have to come back in with some amended scheme. And if that means having to amend the development, then that would be a fresh application.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yes. Councillor Fry.
Chair, I'd like to propose refusing this one.
I'm going, I'll come back.
I'm concerned that we're going to lose the affordable houses. This is what we need across Dorset. I'm concerned that the viability has been part of that decision making. I'm uncomfortable with the drainage proposals and the plans for this, and I think we'll be adding to this. So on the basis of that, I'd like to propose refusal.
Thank you very much. That's second. Councillor Jones, you're going to propose the opposite. Yes, yes. Okay. So we've had a proposal to refuse. We've had a seconder. Thank you very much. And then Councillor Ryder, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something?
I think, Chair, just a few more comments to make.
Yes, please. Yes.
Notwithstanding the flooding issue, I think there's also design layout issue. I know it broadly linear, it does follow the village pattern, but I don't think the 3 blocks of Barnstable are really in keeping with the character on a sensitive area of the village. And also the materials used, the dark cladding. I don't think that's really appropriate for this location. Oh, and also the actual planting, I find it's a little bit rigid, more like you find in an urban sort of environment. You've got trees at spaces. How about some clumps of trees, make it a little bit more friendly, a little bit more rural, on the edge of the village?
That's right. Does anyone else want to make any comment? If not, we need to pull together the grounds on which you're going to refuse. We've had a very helpful one there from Councillor Ryder, character. Yes, so the character in terms of layout and cladding. So you might want to include that one in your list of objections. Yes.
Happy to do that.
Right. Give me your list of objections. You know the rules. You can't just propose. You've got to propose and then give your grounds. But you are nearly there.
I'm concerned about the viability of the scheme, the lack of affordable housing, the loss of that we're going to have, in particular, the drainage situation. I don't think that's been resolved satisfactorily, and I'm concerned it may not be, till it's too late. The layout of the scheme and the planting scheme, layout of the houses and design, and then the planting.
Thank you very much. So we've got viability, we've got the loss of the affordable housing, we've got the drainage, we've got character in terms of both layout and the cladding, and we've got landscaping. Which of those are you now going to reject?
It's to pick up on the viability and affordable housing. I think it raises a concern in my mind that we use the district valuer to assess viability reports. And there is that leeway with any development that if it cannot be shown to be viable, that they have recourse to actually address that issue. So if we've had evidence and we've accepted that evidence, the district valuer has accepted that position, then the position we're aware of is that there is no grounds on affordable housing to reject the proposal. As far as the wider deliverability of the scheme and whether or not it's viable, I don't think that's a ground that we can necessarily refuse an application on. If that's a risk for the developer to consider. If they can't deliver it, then they just don't deliver it. That's not something that we could refuse it on. So I would just exercise caution in the minds of members on that aspect in terms of viability arguments.
That's really helpful, which leaves us with character, layout and cladding, landscaping, and the drainage. we refuse on those grounds? Is that substantial enough? Committee is leaning that way, good. Okay, Les, you propose, are you happy for me to put it to the vote on those grounds, on the understanding that we will ask our planning experts to put it into planning speak? Can we do that? Yes.
Chairman, sorry, could I just ask for a bit of clarification around the specific aspects of what you're unhappy about in relation to those? Because obviously from, if we're going to come up with reasons for refusal or draft the reasons around your concerns, I think we want to be clear about where you think the harm is being caused as a result of those particular elements. And if committee votes and is minded to come to that view, I think we need to make sure that we're expressing that appropriately.
I think we come back to 3 particular designs, that the issue of the drainage has been not satisfactorily proven to the satisfaction.
Final pump.
And the pump situation with the pump and pushing the water uphill, at some point it's going to come back down again. The layout of the site, the design of the houses and the landscaping. That gives us 3 reasons. Are you happy with that, Mike?
Yes. Mike, what we would generally do at this point is have a short adjournment for you to pull some words together. I am conscious of the time, but if that's what we have to do, that's what we will do. Do you need a short adjournment, officers? Yes, I think we do need some more details.
Yes. Yeah.
So right on. Yeah.
Chair, thank you. Just to help. Frank and Jim, my view would be, Councillor Fry, you just need to give a bit more explanation on what particular elements of the design and landscaping you find unacceptable. So it's fine to say, yes, design and landscaping not acceptable, but without any more information to form a reason for the refusals.
While you'll think about that, let me help a little bit then. So on the cladding, are we saying that that's not in keeping with the character of the area, and that it's not a style that you see a great deal there, and therefore you think it will not be in keeping with the character of the area?
I do, Chairman. It's quite a block, 3 lanes. It's quite a mass of dark.
The layout, what did you not like about the layout?
It doesn't really represent end of village settlement. It's almost too urban. It should be softened up.
Softened up, it's urban, and it doesn't represent end of village. No, I'm liking it. The landscaping, you said it was urbanized. It was too linear and urbanized, the layout of the trees.
The linear is correct, but still, it's still got that very formal approach.
Formal, that's what you said. So the landscaping is formal and urbanized and not appropriate for an end of village settlement. And then we are now with the drainage. That's yours, Les.
I think just on that point, I think we probably had enough clarity on that about the it's not satisfactorily resolved on the drainage issue and raised concerns about that's what I picked up. So if that's correct.
With concerns that it's going to exacerbate flood risk further down.
And relying on a pump.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say it.
No. But it's going to exacerbate, it could exacerbate, it's going to exacerbate flood risk. Do you need to say about the sewage? Is that not?
I think Wessex Water didn't object to it previously.
Right, so
I personally think if we've got that on the drainage aspect, that allows that to be sort of satisfactory through surface water issues. Because if it's going to lead to a problem with the sewage system, then that will also be picked up.
Can you link them? I mean, we appreciate separate systems, and you've explained that really well. Can we separate? But can we mention that the drainage and sewage systems are not suitably satisfactorily explained?
I think we'd like to have the sewage mentioned in there somewhere because it's very, very concerning.
So to clarify, then that's effectively, and you're trying to put words in your mouth. If you're not satisfied about the actual surface water drainage, you have concerns that unless that's clarified, that it could lead to problems for the sewage, then you haven't seen sufficient details to that's the nature of it.
Happy with that?
Well, if you're happy, Chairman,
You've got enough.
we've got enough there to
That's done. Proposers and seconders, are you happy with those to propose on those grounds and that they will refine the work, but we know where we're going? Anybody else got any comments to make before we put it to a vote to refuse on the grounds that we've just been discussing? All those in favour of a refusal, raise your hands. Any against refusal? Any abstentions? You're against refusal and one abstention. That's one against one. That application is refused. Thank you very much indeed. We have Wessex Park Codes now. It's possible. We need to have another regulatory press on.
Let's get going. Let's do it.
Well, my meeting starts at 7:30 in Dorchester.
Yeah.
No worries, thank you.
I'd like to say road safety, children's safety is still not.
Yeah.
Take
Okay, we've got 25 minutes before one of the members of the committee have to leave, so it's possible that we might have to finalise if we really do. But if we could, without wishing to rush you, but it would be a really good idea to press on and deal with Wessex Park Coves, which is our next application. Agenda item POUT 2022-04. Now, this is to demolish industrial buildings and erect 47 dwellings, and this is an outline application of access. Members, you're familiar with this site. We saw it in April. It's a brownfield site halfway between Chillington and Oakford Fitzbane, and a fallback position to use the existing dome. We approved the application. It's back before us today because at that meeting it wasn't made clear to the committee that a thing called the vacant building credit would apply to this site, so no affordable housing was being offered. And that was not explained to us at the time. So it's as it was before, but this time with no affordable housing. Jim, it's your report. Off you go.
Yeah, just one update. Strangely, from my contaminated land consultant, just stipulating that contaminated land conditions should be reimposed. So that's the only thing. Into the presentation. Well, I'll go through it quite quickly because you did see it frankly. This is a site, it's a former site of Wessex Park Homes, it's a commercial caravan construction site, formerly a brickworks prior to that. This site has the benefits that a number of prior approval applications to convert these buildings to 47 dwellings. That is the fallback position. So the site is equidistant between Fitzbane, Shillingstone, brownfield site, and this is the nub of the matter in terms of why it's come back to committee, because there's the NPPF paragraph 64 suggests that brownfield sites, particularly where there's vacant buildings that are not abandoned, can be subject to what's known as vacant building credits. I'll go on to explain that shortly. This was the illustrative plan that was approved, 47 units, in an acceptable format, which we established as being acceptable. Photographs of the site access, and these are the vacant buildings within the site that are perfectly capable of being reused, potentially converted into dwellings, although kind of. So it's quite a large brownfield site full of commercial type structures. So paragraph 64, the NPPF stipulates that to support reuse of brownfield land where vacant buildings are being reused to be developed, any housing contribution due should be reduced by a proportionate amount. So basically, footnote 30 at the end, qualifies that that the existing gross floor space of the development, if it's greater than the proposed development, then it's likely to be vacant building credit applies. So it's a fact that housing won't come forward on this side. Now that's why we brought it back to committee, because that wasn't made clear to members of the previous meeting. The applicant specified that policy compliant level of affordable housing would be granted. Now, they're not wrong in that, because policy compliant level, well, with the local plan, it would have been 40%. In terms of paragraph 64, that's government policy, so it is essentially policy compliant. So the scheme will deliver the other contributions by section 106 agreement. The only difference between this application and the previous one is that the well, it's the same application, but the full quota of affordable housing is extremely unlikely to come forward. Now, if the finished floor space of the dwellings exceeds the existing floor space of the vacant buildings, may be the case that some kind of clawback mechanism could be introduced, but it's highly unlikely. It was outlined that even if there are 47 100 square metre or 125 square metre dwellings, which are quite large dwellings, then only if the dwellings of that scale were implemented would it exceed 5,000 square metres, which is the combined floor space of the vacant buildings on the site. So.
Thank you very much, Jim. We hear from the applicant, Mr. Parr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. You're all familiar with this site. It's redundant industrial buildings. We've been exploring for a number of years now how to redevelop this site. I think members are appreciative of the brownfield first principle instead of greenfield. We've seen you faced with a number of greenfield difficult decisions today, but in recognition of the brownfield first policy, the government do recognise the extra difficulties and costs associated with developing a brownfield sites. And this is a long-established policy to help bring forward redevelopment and regeneration of these sites, which would otherwise not be able to be developed. I think you will agree that trying to convert those buildings would not be the best way to develop the site. But the ability to do so does attract considerable weight, and the ability to convert those those buildings as well doesn't attract any affordable housing either under those approvals. So, members, the application is simply brought back to committee because I think your officers weren't clear whether you were aware that the vacant building credit had to be applied. The vacant building credit has to be applied to all developments where buildings are being reused or redeveloped. As I say, it's not a new policy, and it's one that I think you should all be familiar with because it helps bring forward redevelopment of these sites. So the vacant building credit needs to be applied as a matter of policy. Now, because of the large floor span of these existing buildings, it is likely that the residential development will have less floor space. There's no desire for us to build massive executive houses just to get over the 5,000 square metres, which is the existing floor space. We want to provide a mix of houses in accordance with your other policies, which require 2, 3, 4 bedroom houses. And when you add those up together with minimum space standards, members, it's less than the existing floor space. So the vacant building credit, when applied, means that there will be no affordable housing required as a matter of policy. What that doesn't what that does mean then also is that affordable housing doesn't factor into then any further viability assessment. So all the other contributions, all the other 106 contributions, and there's a long list of them. I can't remember the number, but it's quite large. That is not affected, and that those contributions and that infrastructure will be applied. So members, that's the situation. Just bringing it back in. Hopefully you'll support the officer's recommendation and grant us permission so we can get on and deliver this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Park. Members, any questions, comments? Councillor Pride.
On the screen, please, about the BBC. Footnote 30, equivalent to the existing floor base of the existing buildings. This does not apply to vacant buildings which have been abandoned. Would these buildings have been counted as abandoned?
They're not abandoned because they could be reused for commercial purposes or indeed converted to the prior approval missions that they already had. They're not abandoned.
Thank you. Then this policy applies. So in that case, I'd propose that we accept it and recommend approval.
Councillor Taylor.
It's just questioning the, sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to question the potential for pollution on the grounds. Have we looked at that in detail to see how that's going to be rectified before they actually any building commences? Has there been any input in there? How it's going to be sorted out?
Well, there's a condition proposed requiring remediation schemes. This site is likely to be contaminated due to its previous use as a brickwork, so there's a remediation condition that's required.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Councillor Ryder.
There's not a lot we can do really. I think we have to.
Suck it up.
Yeah.
Suck it up.
The barrel and the over comes to mind. That's really easy. I can say something. You put your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. When we agreed this in April with the requirement of the balance, it's thick, whereas now we don't have to.
Hello, white.
But it's going granted.
No.
It's a brownfield, so this could have come forward as a brownfield site.
Is it brownfield?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, tilted balance would have been an issue, and that's referred to in the data report. Bear with me. Yeah, so the report, the update report says, while weight was given to the planning balance in order to support by new homes, the resolution previously passed the grant permission was not as a consequence of tilted balance, but rather the weight applied to the fallback position. So that the fallback position being that the redevelopment of the brownfield sites and the prior approvals that were in place for 47 units.
Yes.
Yes, it's all coming back.
Yes, that's right.
I was a bit suspicious about fallback actually exists.
Yes, if you remember, we discussed it at some length, and it was another barrel and being over on that debate as well, because the fallback existed, and therefore the option for us to reject it out of hand and say we don't want anything on that site was very limited, and so that's why you approved it. That's the brief summary, and I think it's fair to say that position still stands, notwithstanding the 5-year housing land supply, doesn't it? Yes, yes. Members, have we any more to say about this, or shall we move straight to the vote? We've had a proposer and a seconder. Have we had a proposer and a seconder? Yes, we had a proposer and a seconder. The seconder was Councillor Taylor.
No, Councillor Ritter.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Long lost. Right. All those in favour of granting this application? Any against? One against. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 of our members have to leave. Now, 4. Yeah. So I'm afraid we won't report to take. So it looks as if we're going to have to adjourn. We're not quick.
Could be
a very quick item. This.
Very quick. You take one. Quick one.
Could we just do a very quick one? Well, because we have 3 public speakers. Oh. No, well, they have to be given the opportunity. We have Mrs. Cresswell, the head teacher. Do you want to speak to this item? And the applicant gone and the ward member doesn't, I can't tell you this because that would obviously be not speak, but yes, I will forego.
Just forego.
No, please.
Has to be,
It has to be her decision. Don't be pressured.
let the lady here, let's just go through it and just get it done.
Yeah.
And then let's see how it goes.
Mrs. Cresswell has agreed to forego her right to speak. Jim, let's have the presentation, quick as you like. No, quick as you, as long as you need.
Right, so the proposal relates originally the Learning Resource Centre, an existing playground at Sir Abbas School. This is the location of the site, the main school building being here. This is the playground currently. There's existing further play facilities across the road from the school which can be utilised following. So this proposal shows the footprint of the building. It's a learning resource centre, additional classroom space essentially for the school, which they're shorted on. The design has been worked up in consultation with our conservation officers. It was initially proposed to have a flat roof building, which was out of character with the appearance of the conservation area. So a pitched roof arrangement was incorporated, which the conservation officers are satisfied with to enhance the appearance of the development of the street scene. So this is how the proposal will appear in the street scene. This is currently the playground, so the pitched roof essentially obscuring the flat roof development to the rear, and the existing, it's kind of mirroring the existing school building to a certain extent. This is the existing frontage of the site is it's typically a school, high fencing around which will be removed to facilitate the build. So in some respects, it'll be an enhancement to the appearance of the street scene. That's the playground. So yeah, recommended to grant subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Jones.
No questions. I think it looks marvellous. I wanted to propose it.
That's like Councillor Jones would like to. We have Jones and Jones proposing and seconding. Any questions? And we go straight to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand. Any against? Ladies, just get rush off. So we have no urgent business. We have no whatever the other one is.